Shall we begin?
This is not a drill.
Repeat, this is not a drill.
Let's begin now.
Ignore me no more, or forever miss me gone. Stop caring, I will.
Now I gotta wonder if I have sound issues because I'm not hearing you. Or you're not there yet. I see her share screen.
You know what? I need to add myself to the stream.
Let me guess, you haven't done a lot of streaming yet.
Oh, I've been streaming. Fuck, man, I've been streaming a long time. I wasn't planning. It's so funny. I was just gonna have like that screen on and not have me on. So this works. Oh, that's not what I want. I got an XP pen, and I'm not a digital person. I never worked with digital, and so yeah. How you doing?
I'm not a digital artist at all, so I understand that.
Yeah. This is what?
Right now I'm resting.
You feeling okay? Otherwise? She's thinking about it.
Technically speaking, I was in a type of accident today, so hey.
A what? An accident?
The idiot beside me on the highway hit a deer on their front end of their car that broke off, hit my car.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Were you driving?
Hey, yes, this was on the highway.
Oh my god. Did you go to the hospital or emergency room or anything?
No.
Okay.
My car's okay. It tweaked where my back hurts from being trampled before, so.
Yeah, so it's good that you're resting because sometimes an injury can present itself later as opposed to right after. So you wouldn't want to overdo it and just be cautious, you know? So
I've never been good at the be still and cautious thing.
well, I'm good at being still like in one place, like I am right now, like on my bed and you know, working on this thing. This is literally only the second time I've ever used this. And this piece here is one of the pages from the book, but I no longer have the original because I gifted it to a friend, and so I don't have the original. And she's fine the way she is, but I'm just playing. I figured, you know what? She's the perfect piece for me to work with because I kind of have a visual of what I want it to look like or what I had it look like in my manuscript. And so,
I was laughing earlier. My cat about broke her neck. She tried to jump the ceiling to try to kill the little spider that got in the house because it's not allowed near me.
Oh, wow.
She knows I don't react well to bites from bugs, arachnids, and stuff. So she's like an obsessive. She will find them and kill them if they get near this house.
We have a couple of people watching. There's a link to join us on YouTube in the comments. It's pinned in comments. If you guys want to
I promise if you take the link, I don't bite. At least not anybody other than hubby.
Hubby gets all the bites, huh?
No comments.
Lucky man. Lucky man. So yeah,
I'm sitting there trying to decide how crude I'm allowed to go on your channel. That's the line really funny.
You were what?
Figuring out how crude I'm allowed to be on your channel, considering half of the stuff I normally say.
You can be as crude as you need to. I'm not monetized. I got no concerns. Nope. None. I'm liking, like, there's a few brushes that I have kind of made like my go-to, because I've been doing this particular program on my phone. I've used it on my phone quite a bit. Yeah, I don't know how the hell I was doing this on my phone, but I was. So I don't look like, I mean, I might look like I'm doing, but I kind of really don't. Ooh, I did figure out how to make the background transparent. That was rad, if I really wanted to. I don't need to for her, but...
I was going to say, when you said I could be as crass as I want, you didn't see my tirade earlier, did you?
No, tell me about it. What's going on? I was busy. Oh my God, I've had so much creating.
I came back from dealing with the accident to see somebody that had been somebody that I'd followed and communicated with and got along with for a long time, basically advocating for the government to force shots on people like me who can't take them.
Oh God.
And I was already in pain and pissy, and I went ballistic on stream.
Oh. Wait.
I started a stream and called out what he said, and I screen shared the shit he was doing and called it out.
I know that I was painting all day. I finished I painted like 8 pages today and finished some touch-up stuff, and got a lot of work done. So I apologize I missed it.
I left it up, but warning, it's wow, I was really pissed off.
I think I figured out what layering is all about.
I hit that. I was trying to watch it back because it was only like a little half-hour stream.
Yeah.
I got about 2 minutes in and gave up trying to count the F words.
She's like, I was a little F word in it.
At one point, I think I said F you to him as I was playing the little clip of the shit he said about 8 or 9 times in a row, and then just sat there flipping him off while saying other things.
Right.
I've got people popping in chat going, somebody wound her up. It's not me. Hey, you love me, honey, and stuff like that. It's like,
I got nobody in comments. No, we got 1 viewer right now, so I'm good. It's funny. My big fun thing I've been doing the last couple of days is I've been training myself on how to do time-lapse videos, and so that's been really exciting.
I need to learn how to do those, but I am so bad with technology, and I can't teach myself, even if I can look up videos, because of having the kinesthetic learning issues. So I have to have a hands-on teacher, and my husband doesn't want to, so it's like, what am I going to do?
That was one of the things that concerned me about digital art, was the fact that I'm like, I don't want to try to work on something where I can't feel the texture or feel the resistance from when you're using a paper. And so when I went looking for a digital device, that was one of the things I put in my search parameters, and then I talked to a bunch of people, and there's actually a different version of this. There's one that I could have paid more for, but this one apparently has. That was like the most consistent thing a lot of people kept saying about it, was that it had the right kind of screen that allowed for a lot of resistance. And so far, yeah, I'm good. I don't feel like, I mean, it obviously is very different than being on paper. It's very different than painting with a brush, because I use a brush, but it works. I can hang.
See, my issue with digital isn't just that I'm not a technology person and that stuff. It's also I have extreme light sensitivity and eye issues from the seizures. I don't like looking at screens, and it gives me headaches. And when I'm hanging out talking to people backstage or doing streams, I look at the screen very, very little because it causes me eye strains no matter what I do.
Yeah.
So, if I tried to put my art on computer, I'd never get any done because I'd be there with migraines 24/7.
Yeah, I know that there's definitely some things like I'm nearsighted, so I need glasses to see far, but I also need readers. And so I was struggling with that when I was using this particular program on my iPhone, just to get some practice with digital. I've been using an iPhone, and there was a few times where I just couldn't do it, because like it literally got to a point where I couldn't even see, because my vision, I don't have the greatest vision. Luckily, I don't get the headache thing, which is good. But yeah, like it's really, I wanted to get one and get into this, because these pieces in my book that I did, oh my God, the few things I did do to some of these images using Photoshop and using this program that you're looking at. I loved some of the effects that I could pull off for the book, and it sold me on the whole thing. It pretty much sold me on the whole thing, and that was what I wanted. Was like because I had put art in my poetry books before, but I had never, like you and I were talking about on your stream, like I had never illustrated a poem. Like I had never taken the words of a poem and did art to line up to what the poems convey, you know? And then so when I started doing that, I got super excited about it, and then I got super excited about some of the techniques I can use to, like this picture in particular, this one right here. Like I said, she's not the original, or this is a scan of the original. The original I gifted, and so the one I have in my manuscript is great because I colored her. I digitally colored her on my phone, and so the one I have in the manuscript is perfectly fine. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to send you a couple of my recent black and white photos.
Okay. Because
I keep telling you I do the photography work, but I haven't actually really been showing it to you yet.
Oh. Well, yeah, like I do photography too, but that's one of those kind of side projects. Like one of these days I'll get a little more serious with my photography. But for now, I take my photography, because I used to be a photographer in a studio as well as freelance, but that was like a lifetime.
Yeah, that's not my type. Mine's nature-based and animal work and stuff. So
I saw the eagles, right? Eagles.
Yeah. In fact, if you can check your Twitter real quick.
Did you send it to me?
Yep.
Okay.
I sent you 3 of my recent ones that I really like. I've got a massive amount of them, but there's at least 3 little ones.
Earlier, we have 2 people watching. We've got people watching. Ooh, that's pretty. Yeah, I did that. I took a black and white photo of me, actually. I think one of the first things I ever did to kind of play around with Sketchbook. Because this software in particular, eventually, once I feel, I don't know what the fuck I just did. I hate when I do that. I accidentally hit the button on the pen, and I'm not used to them yet, so I don't know what they do. But whoever's watching, say hello to us. 2 women just hanging out. I'm so glad someone came in and was going to keep me company. I'm so excited. I was happy to see you come. Um, but yeah, like, so one of the first pictures I used to kind of play around with it was one of mine. I did a draw over on me on my own picture. And then it's funny, like, I don't consider myself a scaredy cat, but for some reason it intimidated me. But one of my friends suggested Sketchbook because it's one of the easier programs. It's super robust. It's got tons of features, and it's free. And depending on how advanced I get with my coloring on digital, I'll probably invest in the bigger different programs. But this is a good start for me for what I needed to do or wanted to do, So.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. I've never really been interested. I was admiring those when you were talking about your campaign the other night. I was admiring those pictures because I'm not in, like, I don't do, even in my art, I don't really do a lot of nature. But I've thought about it.
Whereas I'm a mountain girl, I am nature based in my life.
Yeah.
And then there's the tribal side of the family and all this stuff. And I grew up very nature centered, and even out of my tribal family, I'm the more nature centered one. So.
I do like florals. I have quite a few floral paintings that I've done. I did one today, actually. It already sold. I didn't even post the final pictures, and one of my people messaged me, and she's like, yeah, I want that. So she's coming tomorrow to pick it up. So I don't even, like, I will post the final images and stuff for people to check it out, because I'll probably create prints in my store. I usually do that. I usually wait to create prints until after the originals have sold, which I don't know. I toy with doing it sooner, but I haven't convinced myself to yet. Ooh, I like that one. It's funny, I'm choosing a brush right now, and I was just realizing, like, that's not even on the screen. Like, you guys, like, I just realized that. I'm like, so whoever's watching me, if they're watching me do what I'm doing, they're not going to see me. What is she doing? What's taking so long? Do something, lady. Sketch already. So.
Yeah, and I kind of meandered off from what I was doing over there.
Yeah.
You ever hit that point where you're just too tired, you're just too stressed, and you can't do much?
You just kind of sit there numb. Where you're just kind of numb about it. You're like, I'm not even going to bother.
I should try to get some stuff done, but I am fucking exhausted.
What time? Like, you don't have to tell me. I was going to ask what time it was where you are. It's like, not even midnight.
About 1:30.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Because so far I've noticed most of the people I get to know, or most of the people I've met, are so not even on the West Coast. I'm on the West Coast, so I'm a lot earlier than, like, everybody else is, like, ending their day, or, God, some of the people I follow in England or the UK.
Yeah, I was going to say, most of my friends I stream with are in England and Australia, so.
Right? If you're waking up,
What, ornery?
What? Aw, kitty cat, kitty cat.
She says, I want attention. Quit looking at that computer and give me attention.
Okay, I want this.
Yeah. Oh, ornery.
I'm digging the fact that I actually have this XP pen all jacked crazy cockeyed on my lap, but yet it stays the same on the screen, which is rad, because I have this screen share, and it doesn't move. The screen share doesn't move, which is kind of cool. That's good to know.
Come here, girl.
I just hit a button on the side and I don't know what it does, but I guess if it messes me up, I'll find out.
Come here, girl. I'd like to still be able to see the computer. She's like, I'd like you not to. Because it's something that takes attention away from me. I love you too, crazy. Oh, my poor little ornery. It must be so hard realizing you're not the center of the universe.
Yes, I have to that every single day, sweet kitty cat. I am not the center of the universe.
She doesn't like people telling her that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're the center of my universe.
She was like,
I
yes,
know.
am.
Poor baby. Poor
Yes,
baby.
I am. Don't you think I'm not? That's funny.
This girl, my brother ended up rescuing a pregnant stray, and I went over to his house to meet the kittens when they were about 3 days old. Her eyes closed, barely walking at all, you know?
Right?
Oh, why are you purring and growling at the same time, you poor confused dumbass? Okay, lay down and calm down. She overstimulates easy. The thing is that we found out breed information on her, and because she is both Mao and Siamese, mostly, she's very skittish and also very vocal, so she'll sound aggressive even when she's happy. And she shows affection by biting.
Sounds like me. This is why I know I'm a cat.
So, about 3 days old, she was barely moving, and he picked her up and gently and put her in my hand, and she sniffed my finger a sec, and she climbed into my shirt and didn't want to let go. And when we finally got her off of me, she started bawling her eyes out. And in the 2 months before I could pick her up and take her home to keep her, she didn't even want her mother anymore. She was looking for me every day. And she didn't want anybody else around her. When I got back to his place to pick her up to bring her home, I walked in the door. She stopped where she was across the room, lifted her head, sniffed the air, spun around, looked at me, meowed, ran across the room, and jumped up on my shoulder and wouldn't let go.
Oh, wow.
So it was literally, my human I picked. My human I picked. And so she gets really wound up. Okay, no, baby. Calm down. Calm down. Calm
I heard
down.
dogs doing that. Yeah, I guess it makes sense that a cat would do the same thing. Like, I know Chihuahuas are like that, though. It doesn't matter how many humans or how many adults are in the house, they're going to pick one that's their adult or their human, and that's the only human they're going to care about. That's how Chihuahuas are.
But that's just how that cat is. She latched onto me. Well, it's the same with Athena, because when I got her, okay, we don't know what she is other than the fact that she's not domestic at all.
Right?
There's a few traits that are only in, not even feral, but completely wild breeds. And it's the shape of the back legs and how they rest in the trees. Specific hunting stripes and face shape around the eyes that's common in like cheetahs and leopards. And then there's what they have, the elongated claw, which you lose in the first generation born in domestication in every breed. And what that is the center claw is extremely elongated because it's what they use to jump with and hold the trees with. And it goes away as soon as they're domesticated, every time. All of those traits she has fully. She looks and hunts and walks and stalks like a wild cat in the freaking plains.
Right.
We don't know what she was.
Bianca.
But somebody throw.
Hola. Bianca Zombie says, "Aloha, dudes. Come in."
Hello. But somebody had thrown her from a moving car
Oh my God.
on the highway.
How old was she when you got her?
A couple of years old.
Okay.
And that's the other kitty. And she didn't want anyone in the shelter to touch her. Nobody. And when I went there, she started mushing all over me. And even though she was PTSD and shocked and scared around cars,
Right.
she picked me. She mushed on me constantly when I was there. And she didn't fight me in taking her home.
That's sweet.
So she became my other baby. And it took almost a year of physical therapy and care around the house to get her, not just over all the skittish PTSD reactions and all that stuff, but to actually get her physical therapy enough to be able to jump and climb right because how bad they screwed her up.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
But now she runs all over the house hunting and playing and purring, and it's very open and even aggressive with her affection now. So she's happy at least, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, happy is way better. I mean, she's obviously better than what she was, you know. One of my stand-up jokes about dating at my age is I'm 51, divorced twice. At this point, I basically am a rescue, and you know, the other part is that I'm a rescue dating a world of a bunch of rescues. Because if I meet a man age appropriate for me at this point, he's probably a rescue as well. It's pretty funny.
Whereas I was the one who always said I didn't care about finding somebody in relationships. I didn't care about ending up with anyone. And
And then you met him.
at 37 here, I've been married 15 years.
That's awesome. That's really cool, actually. It is. It's very cool.
I keep thinking it's been over 18 years since we had our first date, and we haven't killed each other yet. We're doing pretty good.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's... Sometimes it's like the best thing you can hope for in a relationship with your partner is that you haven't stabbed them yet.
Well, to be fair, I mean, I had such interesting advice my wedding day. The first part was my mom telling me that, you know, as a good Christian wife, bear in mind that her favorite verse is, and I can't remember the information on the number and first name, but literally it says, and you shall welcome his advances forever.
Okay.
Okay. At least she's saying enjoy being married and stuff like that. Fine.
Is that a Bible verse that you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Sounds like it. I'm like, that sounds like a Bible verse.
It was song. All I remember is it was part of the Song of Solomon. That's all I remember.
Well, it's actually good advice. I mean, even if you just take out the spiritual, religious part.
Well, there's my husband's favorite verse is in Song of Solomon too, and it's literally "You shall adore her breasts forever."
Yeah. You
So I mean, come on. I agree with some of those, but it's like, so that was my mom's advice. And then my dad comes up to me right before I'm supposed to go down the aisle and goes, just remember, you want to know how to have a nice, long, happy marriage like mine? It's simple. Just get yourself to the point where you're starting fights just so you can make up. Pats me on the head and walks off.
Isn't makeup sex like the best? I dated a guy for a short period of time, long distance, and it was a huge thing because I remember telling him, after one of our fights, we're no longer a couple, but I remember telling him, like, you know, if we were in person, we would have already been done arguing. We would have already worked this out in the bedroom.
If the fight goes for too long, makeup sex doesn't work because you've had so much adrenaline by that point that your body's actually already exhausted. But if you can go from the point where you're screaming at each other to you're suddenly banging on the floor, that's the best point.
Oh, yeah. one of my favorite fight makeup sex stories was with an ex-fiance, and we were, oh my God, Rosetta, I've been angry since, and I had been angry before, but that day, you want to talk about like damn near killing someone? I wanted to kill him. I wanted him dead where he stood, and I tell him to leave, right? I said you need to leave, and he's like no, or something like that. I don't remember what the fuck he said, and I said you need to leave, and you need to leave right now, and so he wouldn't leave, and I'm like, okay. So I go to the kitchen, and I had this extra set of stack of plates that I only used for special occasions, right? And so I go to the kitchen, and I pull down this huge stack of plates, and I grabbed the top one off the stack, and I said, you either get the fuck out now, or I'm going to start hurling these at your head. And he knew I meant it. He absolutely knew I meant it. You know what he does, Rosetta? Without saying, oh my God, get this, girl. Without saying a fucking word, he walks over to my 47-inch 3D HD television, and he stood behind it. And he said, all right, start throwing. And I couldn't. I took one look at him, and I'm looking at my television, and okay, I would have murdered him where he stood willingly. I was that angry. But there was no way I was hurting on television.
I had that those newlywed fights when you haven't learned how to hone your temper when you're discussing things or disagreeing yet.
Right.
And I remember this one, and he just kept pissing me off. I can't even remember why I was getting so pissed at him. Just that every time he spoke, I wanted to strangle him, and he wouldn't shut up and leave me alone. And I have a thing for collecting goblets and fancy wine glasses, so I have bins of them now. I had a whole bunch all over the house on displays at that point. I use them to sip my teas and stuff from sometimes if I have them iced.
Right.
Oops. And I had that go. And I had one that I've been drinking from. And we have old galley kitchen because this is a 70s house. And then we have the dining room next to it. And then you cross threshold, you go out into the living room and the bay window. And we're out by the bay window at the front of the house. At the back wall of the house in the dining room, there's this shelving unit for storage. I had that goblet in my hand, and I don't even remember what he said. And I got so mad, I screamed, and I started to reach like I was going to throw it at him, and I forced myself to turn, and it hit that shelf against the other end of the house so hard that it shattered glass across the entire house. And he just looked at me a second, went, I love you, and left the room really quickly. Like, shit. Right? That's like, oh.
Yeah.
I had to have 2 holes rebuilt. We have an open staircase, so there's a shelf where there would be a divider wall, and the basement's open to the upstairs. It's a finished basement. And this also means the part above the stairs all the way up to the height of the ceiling is open, right? And again, I can't remember what he said that pissed me off that day. I just remember I screamed and I threw his stupid Mountain Dew bottle so hard it actually dented through. Wait, it actually punctured through the drywall, bounced, hit the wall on the other side, and stuck in it.
Oh my God. Well, when my fiance got behind that television that time, and he just looked at me and he gave me this grin, I literally took one look at him and one look at the television. I put the plate down, and it was probably, I mean, I don't know if I had ever had sex as hot as that, really. I really don't. And I don't know that I have since either, actually. It was, because when you said that thing about, like, you know, if you're not on the floor banging or whatever, that's the first thought I had was that experience with him. It was quite something. It was quite something. And even now to this day, if I see him, we will laugh our heads off about that. We're not a couple anymore, but that was just one of the funniest moments, like ever. It was pretty funny. It was very funny. So
It's one of those things that I don't think a lot of people will understand if you haven't had that kind of relationship. The thing is, if you don't ever fight, you're not truly in love. And I'm not saying you have to be abusive or over the top or fight the way that me and my husband did.
Yeah.
But if you don't have any passion to disagree with each other, that is because you don't have any passion. Because if you love somebody, you're emotionally invested in them. You have a tendency to get more drawn into what you're saying, positive and negative. That's just the way it works.
Yeah. I know if the guy I dated that was long distance, if we were not long distance, we would have either been married with I would have probably had another baby, and I'm 51. It'll be a long time before anyone comes along that I'm willing to care too much about, considering how much I fell for this man, to be honest. And but yeah, we either would have been like, it would have either been the best, most incredible, crazy, passionate love affair ever, or we would have killed each other by now. Like it would have been, like no in between. I'm pretty sure there's no in between, Rosetta. It's pretty funny.
There really isn't with most of these things.
I'm just saying, with it, and I adore him. I only have out of all one thing I do like is that out of all of my exes, there's only a few that I don't speak to at all. Like most of them, I wouldn't say we're great friends or anything, but there's a few that I still keep in touch. Like I see them or I'll talk to them. I'll answer their messages. I wish no ill will on them, I don't have a lot of angry exes, which is good. They'll roll their eyes at me.
I have some scary exes.
I have one scary ex. What the fuck did I do? I just found out what the button on my pen does. It turned on that thing where it does put 2 images on each side of it. I haven't tried that thing yet. I don't really do the kind of art that requires it. But then again, I might.
I will put it this way. One of my exes is becoming the basis of a story.
Oh, really?
And it's going to be a gothic horror.
Oh, shit. A lot of my exes end up in my poetry or my stand-up comedy.
My mom found this mug once that she kept saying she was going to get me. It just simply says on it, "Do not piss off the writer. She will write you in the story and kill you."
Basically, that is fact. That is straight fact. I am definitely that girl. I think I wrote something somewhere once where it's like, you know what? I'm a poet and a stand-up comic. So your best suggestion is to keep me writing poetry about you and don't have me write a stand-up joke about you. Because when I go to stand-up, I'm rarely nice. I'm rarely writing a stand-up joke that's nice. I'm usually making the fuck fun of something. Like for a fact. Like I'm making some serious shit up. And I'm gonna make up some stuff. I'm gonna make fun of you. I'm not gonna be nice about it. I'm on the wrong layer. I'm thinking I'm doing something to that, I ain't doing shit. And it's because I was on the wrong layer. There we go.
I guess it's kind of the situation with people is they don't understand that, artists and writers, we're supposed to be fucked up.
Oh, yeah.
And if you, God, I can't remember his full name. There was a song that they played for Dr. Demento for years called Shoulder of Freaks. Where it literally goes through great thinkers, philosophers, artists, writers, and stuff from history. And tells you how sadistic, twisted, perverted, or assholic they actually were, or mentally ill.
Well, I have all kinds of things. I also know how to take care of them. I don't. I try. The main thing I have to remember to do with my issues is try as best I can not to take them out on other people.
Yeah.
That did not happen overnight. I had to learn, and I'm still to this day. I can eat. I was just talking to a friend tonight about it. I was telling him, and because he's been the subject, he's been the receiver of my irrationality. I think it's super irrational.
Considering how emotional I was last night at everybody, I was surprised when you sent me the link.
Oh, girl, I really think there was an audio delay. I think that there was an audio delay because, to be quite frank, there was times you were talking over us, and there's no way you were doing that intentionally. You know what I'm saying? And so, I think you were absolutely right. There was probably some kind of audio delay, and I didn't let that bother me. Shit, it'd take a lot more than that to bother me.
Well, a delay with you. There is one person that, because he's in the same chat group as that I was filling in for, he still came up, but God, he always interrupts everybody, and it irritates the hell out of me because it screws with my brain issues. And it's not that I think he's a bad person. He won't think, and I keep trying to tell him you've got to stop and listen to people and not interrupt.
Yeah. Well, I hate to use the age thing, but he'll learn. He will learn. It takes time. I have to, like I was just talking about rationality, right? So, like the human brain, the part of the human brain that controls our ability to rationalize, it's not even fully developed until we're 25, I think, 24, 25. So, for someone who's in their early 20s, they don't even have the rational part of their brain fully developed yet. And so, I know it's going to sound ageist, but it's usually when I'm dealing with someone that's that young, I usually kind of take it with a grain of salt. I gotta give them a wide berth. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, you keep coming back, sweet child. Bless your heart. I get into my mama bear. I'm like, bless your heart. I'm gonna be here to be your mentor.
I've had all those issues with people that aren't young, though, too. And I wasn't like that as a kid.
Yeah.
Other than the ex, I didn't have those behaviors in me.
It's hard to
the ex was a really, really bad mistake that I was led to by the wrong part of my brain and body.
That happens. It happens. It happens to the best of us. It happens to me. And I'm 51. I don't get tied up. Like, how do I put it? I just heard what I said, Rosetta, and I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. No,
you paused it. I don't get tied up, and you said that to the submissive rope bunny. So,
I said it and I went, wait, because you know why I paused? I knew a lie had come out of my mouth, and I that's one of my skills at my age. I will hear myself say something and go, wait a minute, no, that's not actually true. No, so what I mean is, it's next to impossible to get me to notice a man. Like I couldn't care less. 99% of the time, I see a man, and I'm like, what the fuck ever, dude? Like, I really don't even care. I mean, I just got no interest. And then, when a guy comes along, every once in a while, it's like this blue moon, like there's some kind of tilt of an axis, the Earth's off its rotation, something weird. It's totally bizarre, but it happens. And the fucking guy, once he's got my head turned and once he's got my attention, I am literally like the alien from the first Alien movie. You know, the one that would suck on your face and like put an egg down your throat and won't leave you the fuck alone. That's me. That's me. I'm not even gonna lie about it. And it can be frustrating because I got no empathy, man. I'm like, damn it. And then I sit here and I beg myself. I'm like, go back to when you didn't give a fuck about it. Go, and sometimes it works.
I did good not giving a fuck about it until I actually did it. I didn't actually go fully physical until my wedding night. However, when I did, it woke up finding out inside of me within a few months that I'm actually a genetic nympho, and doing it actually woke it up.
Oh yeah, that'll do.
So it's not a normal sex drive. It is literally to the point where it's constantly painful if I'm not being crazy sexually all the time.
Yeah.
Because I overproduce the wrong hormones and endorphins, and my body is always ready, basically.
Do you have kids?
I can't.
Okay. Because sometimes what you're describing is corrected by a pregnancy, believe it or not. I had some stuff, not like that, but I had some female stuff happen. But once I had babies, my body, it's like my body learned what it was supposed to be doing the whole time, and then it normalized. So, yeah. That could be, I can imagine that would be frustrating.
Well, my husband doesn't mind because he doesn't have to try hard to get anything.
Husband doesn't. Yeah, that's true. So the closest word, I don't like putting titles on myself, and I certainly don't like defining, ooh, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to turn her. The closest thing that's ever really come to describing me is what they call a demisexual. A demisexual doesn't feel any kind of physical lust of any kind until they're in love. And that's so me. That is so fucking me, man.
Part of why I don't mind the I guess part of why I don't mind it is because it's not a normal, it's not like they're labeling it as a behavior. It is with being genetically an nympho, it's literally your physical sex drive. It's a medical condition. It's not just labeling different personalities or stuff like that,
Yeah, exactly.
And so I don't have an ashamed side of that. And my husband is not better. I'm sorry. When you wake up, and I don't care if some people would think this is horrible to say. When you wake up and one of his arms is underneath you, reaching over the lower boob and cupping the top one, while his other arm is wrapped around your stomach and down your pants, and he's still asleep, smiling and snoring at the same time while fondling you.
Oh, the hardship. As you say to the single woman who doesn't know, hasn't had anything like that in a very long time, I'm sitting here going, oh yeah, the hardship. But I can imagine that would be something maybe to have happen a couple times here and there, that'd be cool. But to have that happen often, I think I'd probably do it.
Well, I've already accepted that every time I talk to him, every time I look at him, every time I'm near him, he's going to grab me. I've accepted that. That's our personality,
Right.
So there's an amount of you live, you learn, you accept. But what drives me insane, and that's, I guess, the weird one. Oh, he's the weirdest thing because he is the quietest little engineer, but he is the dirtiest pervert too. So he's like this quiet little smart nerd boy, and then
the quieter, the more nerdy, the brainiacs. Oh my god, the brainiacs, and yeah.
When you say the brainiacs, and I'm sitting there going, I'm a genetic nympho, and I know where my IQ tested, and I'm sitting there thinking, I was doing 12th grade work when I was 13.
Yeah, the only category I didn't score at genius levels in was math. So I get you. That
is actually for me the only one that wasn't genius levels. I I try not to brag on that stuff, but at the same time, it's something that's a part of my personality and my history and my makeup. So it's also part of understanding me to the people, because I have the intelligence, but I also do have the scars from the seizures. I do have brain damage that was caused by it. So it's like I have the intelligence in there, but sometimes it's like I'm tripping through the labyrinth while it's shifting in a kaleidoscope, just trying to get through my brain. So it's this really weird dichotomy. Good morning, Mike, and good morning, Mark Kenny.
Oh, you are both welcome to come in here. The link is in.
Mark Kenny said he can't.
Mark Kenny! Oh, damn, I almost made my cord come out. That would not have been good. Look, I'm on a digital device, Mike. Hey, everyone. Sorry I can't join. I'm headed to bed. Oh, hearts, babe. I got your stickers. They're coming to me. I ordered them yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, I was super excited. It was like as soon as I got off last night, after when I was exhausted, but I think it was right after I got off the stream, before I went to bed. Actually, I'm like, oh, gotta go to Makini's Etsy and get my sticker set. Well, I still have money in my account.
Unfortunately, I couldn't get them. I don't have any money right now because of everything that's been happening to us last few weeks.
Yeah, well, you had to go help out family too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and rescuing him cost me over $900 anyways, so.
Mike, if you're there, I know you're probably getting ready for work, but you're more than welcome to come in and say hello.
We don't bite.
Have you ever met Mike, Jimmy?
Yes, I interviewed him.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, he's a sweetheart. One of my favorite people on the whole entire planet. I realized I was on 2 different layers, and I just realized that everything I just did is all on 1 layer. And now I'm like, well, I don't even think I really need 2 layers. Because I'm blending. I'm blending them anyway. Yeah, the link's on YouTube, Mike. It's pinned on YouTube. Eyedropper. Oh, I remember finding the eyedropper was one of my favorite things when I was playing with this on my phone and learning how to use it. It was one of my favorite things ever was learning how to do the eyedropper thingy. So amazing. So perfect. So, yeah. I forgot what we were talking about. I'm so glad
so did I.
See, this is why you're here, girl. I'm so involved in what I was doing. I hadn't even looked at my my comments. I didn't even see we had people come. I need a Frog G in my life.
Even if all I can do is lay here injured in bed and whimper and bitch.
Right?
Look, this isn't an uncommon position for me streaming anyways. It's depending on the year, it falls between 2 to 4 months of the year. I'm usually on bed rest because of the different medical. So it's usually more in the winter, but it does hit some days everything because I do have back damage. I do have neuromuscular issues and neurological issues, and some days my body won't function, and some days my muscles won't move. And ow!
And ow! Did you just hurt yourself?
I shifted slightly, and the back decided to yell at me.
Okay, wait.
And then there's the cystic issues get really bad, and when they get really bad, I ain't moving.
Now, if I could just figure out how to use a brush, there's got to be something in this device that saves what brush I was just using so that I don't have to try to go, wait, now which brush was I using again? What was it? I don't know. Sometimes I forget. And then I'll pick something else, and then it'll work and do what I want it to do, but I go, it'd be nice if I figured out how to do that thing so I don't have to wonder, am I using the right brush? I don't know. Whatever. All I know is that my very first medium that I ever worked with way back was charcoal and pastels. And so some of the stuff I've learned to do on digital was exciting because I see this is where I should be. I should have been on different layers. Oh, he's I don't know what he's doing. I'm enjoying my XP pen. I'll just do this. Screw it. I'm blending black on my purple, but whatever. I'll fix it.
And obviously, I'm just gonna lay here and be as sweet and innocent and pure as I fucking can.
Is your husband with you right
No, he's out in the other room. If I start streaming on the bed, he just goes out and lays on our couch.
now?
To be fair, we knew that those kinds of things were possible when we got the couch, so we got a really fancy old style velvet blue couch
Okay.
that he loves laying on, so then he lays on even when we're out there just trying to hang out, so it is so not a put upon situation for him to go lay down on it for a few hours for me to BS.
Whoa.
No, if he was in here while I was streaming, he'd be reaching over groping me.
Oh, nice.
It does not deter him at all.
I would imagine that I can see. I had an ex that was like that. It was the weirdest thing though. Actually, he would have been like that if I were doing something like this. But then, even back then, I would mentor, like I do now. I mentor sex trauma survivors and a whole bunch of other categories of people. But he was the sweetest of, like, when any of my girls or the guys that I would mentor, if they needed me, he made himself scarce and he left me alone because he knew that wasn't going to be something he could do else. Because he was going to be in a shit doghouse if he did that while I was with one of my mentees. So, other than that, yes. Now, if I could just figure out how I got it, so there we go. I think I got it. Okay. Probably use that layer thing when I go back to doing, because when I get done with all the colors, I will go back and do all the black. I'll basically do an inker, essentially.
Knock that off, girl.
How late do you usually stay up? Did you stay up late just to come on with me?
I was already up because I was having pain, but the thing is that while I'm naturally very nocturnal, to do my photography work, most of the animals I track are early morning creatures.
Do you go out in the field to do that? Like, or is it near where you live? Do you have to travel?
Oh, a lot of those eagle pictures are taken in town here.
Okay. So you don't have to go too far, right?
No, I just do loop and drives around because the eagles come down here in wintertime. They love the rivers here.
That's bad. There's a...
Mike, get your ass in here already. Yes, the link's on YouTube. We told you that.
Mike! Loopy! Oh, no, that's the same question, sweetie. He didn't ask me.
I know. He's not. He's slow, so I'm being critical.
He probably just woke up. He probably had to put clothes on. If we're talking about Mike.
Clothes are overrated. I mean...
Don't yell at Mike.
I'm not yelling.
I know you didn't mean it like that. I was just... Loopy Squirrels. Hello, Loopy. I know you watch on Twitch, sweetie, but I'm on YouTube if you want to come in and say hi. It's an open stream for hanging out with me. Because, I'm playing with a digital device, so I must share my joy.
At least it's a digital device that doesn't make the sound.
I hope I don't ever have something with that kind of obnoxious noise. Okay, what do I want to do? I want to go back to this, and I want...
Well, I can't make the quiet vibration sounds on here accurately.
Perfect. I keep waiting. I know my computer will make a noise when he comes in, so... What does he say? Painty things? Oh yeah, he's so cute. Hey, Loopy, if you're there, this woman is definitely someone who would get along with your stream of laughter humor. He always loves when I'm drawing a naked woman. He loves my drawing streams because I'm like...
Okay, I spend a lot of my time drawing naked cat girls with guns, so hey. Just saying that is a thing with me, so...
Well, I replied to his question. I went to Facebook and replied to it, so hopefully, maybe he just stepped away or something. I don't know. But yeah, he's just getting up. Mike is in the Netherlands, so he's just waking up, and he's probably not even dressed. I personally think he should just come on the way he is without the clothing, but...
That does make it more entertaining for everyone involved.
I'm just saying, right? Like, Rosetta agrees with me. I'm just saying. I love teasing him. He's too young for me, but he's adorable. He's a sweetheart. He's fun. I told him, I said, I'm basically here. Some of my purpose in life is to remind my male friends of how incredibly amazingly beautiful they are. I really do believe that's part of my purpose. Because he is definitely beautiful. He's like one of those guys at his age, Rosetta, where a woman, if she meets him, she needs to snatch him up and make babies. Did you fall asleep? What did he say?
Nope, I'm just trying to think.
He's acting up. It's something to do with switching browsers. I'll be with you in a bit. Okay. Yeah, he's working on switching his computer. So he probably just heard everything I just said about how someone should make babies with him. But he needs to probably find a tall woman so we can have some more giants. We need more tall people. No offense to the shorties out there. Sorry.
Like, I care. I'm 5'8".
That's definitely shorter than me.
Yeah, but that's still technically above the average height of a woman.
Yeah, it is.
And considering my mom and my sister are about barely 5 foot range.
Oh my god, it's so cute. I was talking to a guy earlier today, and I told him how tall I was, which is usually very effective. And basically, it's like getting the guy to tell you how tall they are without being rude and going, "Hey, how tall are you?" And of course, he answered. I thought he answered with his height because it said 5'2", but that was actually his age. Because I was relieved that was the age, because at first I was like, what the 5'2"? I can't go 5'2". That's just too short. That's 8 inches difference in height. I don't know. But he meant 52. I was cracking up. I was like, oh thank God. Okay, we can keep talking now. So.
Yeah, I can see why you'd be like, okay.
I know, I was like, 5'2"? I don't know, man. 5'2"? I think so. I think I draw the line. 5'9" is okay. 5'9" is actually perfect.
Technically speaking, though, I can't be too critical of that. I'm taller than my husband by an inch.
Yeah. That's why
He's
I say
5'7".
perfectly fine. 5'9" is perfectly fine for me, because my ex-fiance was 5'9", and he was the tallest 5'9" man I ever met in my life. Like, and I mean, like, in a metaphorical sense, that there's no way on this planet that his height had not, like, it. Yeah, he was not one of those guys that had any kind of short man syndrome of any kind. Not that 5'8" or 5'9's not short, but I've met guys that are that height and they get all like wiggied and they act all weird if you're taller than them. He was so not like that. I could have probably been 6'2", and that man still would have been fine. He was that alpha. Like, he was just that alpha. I'm trying to think if I've ever met anyone as alpha as him, and I don't know that I have. Yeah, maybe one of my other exes. I got a lot of exes. Oh. They probably don't remember their nicknames, so Babe, the Babe, as in Babe Ruth. Do you know the baseball player Babe Ruth?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I nicknamed one ex the Babe after Babe Ruth. He was pretty alpha. He was pretty alpha. But the 5'9" ex-fiance, I used to call him the King. And then there was this one guy, I called him Magic Mountain. His nickname was Magic Mountain because he was as good as the freaking trip to Magic Mountain. I'm serious. Like,
So, if you're calling a guy that, I'm sorry, what is it? You're trying to mount him?
He was like carnival ride is basically the point. You know?
I have so many inappropriate jokes I really want to make right now.
Just
that my brain can't even pick one at this point. It's an overload.
Holding back, man. Yeah. Well, one of my favorites was my one ex. I called him Sun God. His nickname was Sun God, and I used to actually call him that to his face. Like, that wasn't even a funny make fun of him nickname. That was his actual name for me. I used to call him that. He called me Angel, and I called him Sun God, and that was our names. And because he was a surfer, and he was as close to, like, if I could think of like someone who was like a what do you call that? Oh, what are they called? Mythology? Remember, the mythological gods? He was so close to a mythological god. He really is, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just everything about him, not just the way he looked, but just the way he carried himself. He was so regal, like a royalty regal person.
I don't know which way you mean that, so I have no idea.
She's like, I don't know what to say. Well, he just was one of those guys, like, he wasn't egotistical about it. He knew his worth, I guess. Confidence is a good way to put it. He was an extremely confident man. He was another one that was pretty alpha, pretty significantly alpha, but he didn't do it in a way that made you feel bad. Like, he was just one of those people that, he didn't have to, I don't know if you know the difference, but there's some people where you can tell they're insecure when you meet them, and like a lot of their personality is insecure. You can just tell. He was so not like that. He didn't have it. I don't think he had an insecure bone in his body.
That makes sense.
He was one of the people. He taught me to. How did he put it? So he said, when you go through life, no matter what you're doing in life, always act as if. Devices not connected. So I see Mike is there.
Sometimes it takes a little time to connect people fully so they can sign in.
Yeah. Well, and he's getting on a different computer or a different browser or something, so that's probably part of it. So his philosophy was, if you wanted a certain job, act as if. If you wanted a people to treat you a certain way, act as if. He literally lived and breathed by that. And so it was pretty cool because he was an ex-professional surfer competitor guy. And so he would go to he left. He must be, yeah, he's still probably trying to connect with his computer. So some of it was because that's what he was used to. He was used to being this surfer celebrity who would go to places in the surfing community and they would know him when he walked in the room. Like, that's who he was used to. And he would still do that in certain establishments. And even if they didn't know him, he acted as if they should know him. It's a way of putting it. And it's pretty cool. Like, I've had some successes in my career with that philosophy, going into a conversation business-wise in the business world. I've had that benefit me a few times professionally. That as if thing, acting as if thing that he used to suggest. So it's been pretty cool. I really do like the smudge feature. Or actually, right now I'm using a brush. I don't even know what it's called really, but it works. It works for what I wanted it to do.
I don't know.
Oh, I think I remember what I was saying to you when we got sidetracked. When I worked with charcoal and pastels, what I'm doing right now with this particular digital brush is exactly what I would do if I had, charcoals and pastels going on. Only I'd be doing it with a powder stick and my fingers. I'd be doing this, but I'd be using my hands. And did you ever work with charcoal being kinesthetic? I would imagine you'd love it.
I've never really learned this stuff until now because of my shaking and tremors I had.
Okay.
I'm new to everything.
Oh, okay. I think if you like kinesthetic and you like putting color to stuff, oh my god, the things you would probably do with pastels, because it's like working with a crayon, only you get to hold the actual block. Like if you ever do try some, get the ones that don't have any paper on them, because then you can actually feel the chalk. Well, it's not really chalk, but you can feel it. And if you are someone who's kinesthetic, you'll love it. I love it. That's one thing. Still to this day, I love that part.
Dabbled a little with pastels, but not charcoal.
Okay.
When I did the statues and painting a lot and stuff, I would use a lot of the chalks for the crevices on the statues and stuff like that for detailing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would definitely. I've seen what you can do, like when you're shading and doing the different colors you choose and stuff. Yeah, I can imagine you would have no problem acclimating to pastels and charcoal doing what you do. The only thing is, though, like I wouldn't probably use them now for certain things because they're not as precise as I want them to be. Back then, my pieces kind of ranged and they were intentionally meant to be like a messy kind of, non-really, no clean lines kind of thing. And I don't do much like that now. So
I get what you mean.
yeah, I mean, it just depends. I kind of set them aside when I started figuring out how to do the exact same thing with paint. Once I figured out how to get the same visual or the same effect with paint, I just transitioned to paint. It's kind of like this. Like there's some things now that a few of the other pieces I've done, if I know I'm gonna need to do some stuff on them with digital anyway, I'm gonna there's some things I'll leave alone. I'll just wait. I'm like, oh, I'll just do that in the digital base, and I'll leave it alone,
See, I have no interest in ever learning digital, but I am bit by bit learning all these old art techniques and different tech devices and stuff.
Oh, I wasn't going to do anything with digital when I first came around, and I met first I met Christy Shin, and I started following her, and she does digital, and she just I'd sit there and I'd be mesmerized at what she would be doing on the screen, right? But even then, I really still had no interest, and then I started following Rich Barada, and he's a traditional artist, and which is totally me. Like that's all. I'm like, I immediately followed his page because he's good, or he's traditional. So then I come across my Jimmy actually, who's going to come in here, was on a stream with Rich, and he was traditionally doing an illustration. He wasn't doing digital, and it's in my. This is a long drawn story to tell you what can go digital. But then, lo and behold, along comes Marv B, and Marv B just did the Sin Killer, and he did the Sin Killer all. I actually know he has some original pieces, but most of it was done digitally. And he was like me. He was a traditional artist who painted and sketched and all that stuff on paper, and he converted to digital. And he came, and I met him, and he came across one of my live streams of me painting. And we got to talking just a little bit during the stream and stuff, and then when I saw his book, and I'm like, holy shit. And then it just opened my eyes to it a lot, actually. And then what sealed the deal was when, so I'm following Rich, and I'm following Marv, and I'm following Mike, and then I decided to do that illustrated pictures that you know about, And I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do this, but I had never really worried or concerned myself with the imagery in the book being more than a stamp. Like, I would put art in my books, but they would just be like these high quality, high DPI color versions of my paintings. There was no, it didn't even look like any kind of illustration like in a book, but in regular illustration book. So
I have my system getting quiet here.
that's okay. I know it's late. It's late where you are. I'm surprised you're awake.
No, that wasn't me having trouble being awake. That was for some reason, it was getting quieter and quieter trying to listen to you.
Oh.
Because my computer was being stupid.
Oh. My phone does that. Like, I have an iPhone, and it'll turn itself down, and it annoys me, because I'll sit there and go, why can't, all of a sudden, like, something I'm listening to won't be as loud, and it's because my stupid phone turned it down. And I'm like, listen, I want this loud, and I want it as loud as I want it. Leave it alone. I'm turning it down. So. So Rich Parada suggested I use try Sketchbook because it's a pretty user friendly program. It's pretty intuitive. It's got tons and tons of features in here, and it's free. And I put it on my phone, and I've been using it for a couple months actually on my phone. And I just got this XP pen, and I use some savings, and that's how you see me doing what I'm doing. And like technically I don't really need to bother with this particular piece because technically I already have a digital representation of her for the book. But she's a perfect choice to use to try this out and play with this because I've already kind of done some of this on the phone, what you're seeing me do. And so it's kind of cool because I get to try it out on here. then use some of that same technique on a bigger screen and see if I get this, if I get a better imagery out of it, then I might use this one for the book.
And that I'm trying to talk to you, and I'm getting like messages left, right, and center from people.
Well, are the people that you in here hanging out with us, or what?
This is why I get messages like this most of the day by a whole bunch of different friends. I sign out, and they don't message me while I'm offline all night. The minute I pick up my phone and I sign in the morning to check my messages, I start getting them again from them.
Oh.
So.
Well, hey, that's better than not having any friends that don't message you at all, like me.
I am a strange woman. I am.
You're so cute. Yeah, I kind of dig this a little bit. I can do it.
If I fall asleep on you, don't take it personal.
I'm not, girl. Are you kidding? I'm so happy you came in to hang out with me, man.
I would also say if I do, it won't be the first time I've passed out on a stream. By a long shot, because between the seizure damage and how my insomnia issues and other stuff, when I get a twitch or a spasm and I'm tired, I'll just pass out.
Yeah, you're good, girl. If you fall asleep, you fall asleep.
God, I actually hope I do.
I was thinking about it. I'm like, I really had no clue of how long I would be on this, or I don't even know. How long have we, oh my God, we've been live for an hour and 22 minutes. It's longer than I expected to be on here.
Well, that's good then.
Yeah, well, it is, because it's a good sign. It's like I'm obviously on a roll, because you know what, that usually happens. Most of my art streams, when I'm sketching or painting, they're usually an hour and a half, 2 hours. The longest was like 3 hours. I went 3 hours one time. I don't even remember what I was doing that day, but whatever.
My longest art stream went over 12, though.
Holy shit. Damn. There's Twitch. Do you ever go on Twitch? Do you stream to Twitch?
I do. I haven't been able to build up the channel big yet, but I've been starting to lately.
Yeah, because there's a couple of people I've gone on. Like I don't necessarily follow them, but I'll see them streaming or whatever, and I'll go on there and I'll look at the thing and it'll say they've been streaming for 8 hours, 10 hours. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, whoa.
The longest stream that I had on my channel was over 16 hours. The longest stream I was a part of was doing a marathon with Amy, who retired since, but we did 48 hours together. Yeah.
There's a lot of people that stream for a long time on there. Comparatively to other people or to other streams. It's like I could think I could stream a long time, but 13 hours, girl. That's just I'm not even doing it.
I'm probably going to be very, very, very sleepy-eyed very soon.
You don't have to stay. You could go. I'm not going anywhere.
I don't want to. I don't like being alone when I get like this, and my husband's already passed out there. I can hear him snoring faintly.
Yeah, well,
So-
I almost always, without fail, have at least one person who tunes into my streams and sits there and doesn't say anything. I don't know who it is. I have a lurker or a fan or something. I don't know. It's fine. They know. I tell them every time. I'm like, I appreciate you. My number is never 0. I've never had it be 0 when I'm live. It's always at a 1, 2, or more. If my Twitch people, like Loopy usually hangs out sometimes. Or he'll put me on and he'll be playing a video game. He might be playing a video game.
Mm-hmm.
Or he didn't stick around because I'm not drawing a naked body. There's that. I'm not drawing a naked girl tonight, so he may have left because he's like, I'm out. You're not painting a chick. If I'm painting one of the paintings I do where I'm painting, a naked body or a woman or something, he usually hangs out with that. He's all about the movies. He's out about the art stream with the movies.
Life is all about boobies.
Who? Mike?
I said life is all about boobies.
He says he's really trying to join, but something keeps screwing me over. Yeah, I think whatever it is, it might be your camera. You were in there. We saw you in the stream, Mike, but it didn't have your camera or audio going.
Well, you saw him. I can't technically see backstage.
Oh, that's true. I did. Yeah, you're right. I did. I'm at the point where I think, yeah. How do I do this? There we go. I know how to do it on my phone. I just deleted that other layer. I'm not even using it. Wait. Let me go back. Okay. I want to do this first.
I better try to lay down fully and go to sleep.
Okay.
Have fun, guys.
Good night, sweet pie. Thanks for stopping in.
Mm-hmm.
I love the glove thing. It's funny, like in traditional art, you don't really get that, the glove. I'm usually having to like avoid my wet paint on my page and stuff and flip my stuff around. I'm actually like, I'm noticing that. Like, I don't have to do that with this. I just move the image around. Haha, it's pretty cool. I'm doing. Oh, hey. Let's see. There he is. Hi.
Hey.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you fine. I'm going through my phone now, so.
I see that, and it said Fairy and Ints, and I'm like, oh, he's just on the. Well, I couldn't tell you were on a phone, but I could tell you were not signed in as Mike. It says Fairy and Ints.
No, it's doing weird. So I'm gonna keep trying to do it through my PC. So if I drop out here, it's gonna be because my PC worked.
Ah.
But yeah, it's doing weird.
Well, one thing I don't know if this will work for you, but you could try to clear your cookie cache, and see if that helps.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what's going on, but it's weird because it's only when I switch browsers and then for some reason my webcam just fucking screws up on every possible. Yeah, it does not like StreamYard.
Yeah, my webcam was doing that to me, and I ended up having to use my phone one night to put my phone on the art because I was literally, I mean, I could have just not streamed, but I something about, I don't know what it was doing, but I restarted my computer and then it worked fine. So I don't know.
I already restarted my computer, so that says enough.
Okay.
But yeah, I can't stick around for too long either. I have packages to send.
Oh.
Big packages. And more packages.
Anything I haven't seen? You got anything new that you haven't shown me yet?
How about patches?
Hold on. Wait.
There we go.
Oh, I said hold on. Oh my god!
Here we go.
Is that coming in mine?
Yeah, they're coming in everyone's physical rewards. I actually opted out of the campaign and of the in demand. So yeah, it's gonna close down in a couple of days.
Okay.
And we're just gonna fully focus on the Radiant site from here.
Nice. That is so exciting. And my jacket, I ordered a jacket thing to put patches on. It's lavender, actually. It's a lavender color. So I'm pretty excited. That is exciting. He's like, I said, do you got anything new? And he goes, patches. Did you see how I jumped up off my bed? I'm like,
wait, hold up. Wait. What?
I'm like,
So yeah, with being able to send these, I'll actually be able to sell Love and Korra 4 on conventions as well.
nice.
So
That's exciting.
you United States people will have to wait a bit because I'm sending the big packages to Critical Blast first.
Yeah.
But it's gonna come around, and that way it's a lot less likely to get lost in the mail as well.
Well, and that's kind of why you were able to get the books for an affordable cost to us here in the U.S., right? Because you're going
exactly.
Yeah, totally. I'm not in any rush, man. I read one, and I know I'm gonna read. I'm kind of sitting back, and I think that part of why I haven't bothered to read the other ones is because I kind of want to wait until I know the book's on its way, because then I can read it, and then I'm not sitting here waiting. Wait, I want the next book. Although technically I have all of them.
Yes, you already have all of them, and you got to keep in mind that every story is separate anyway. Well, 1 and 2 kind of hang together, but they can still be read separately.
This is true. I don't know. I kind of don't know if I don't think I like that. We're going to. Well, I don't have her hair flared out. It's just not flared out. It's in a yeah. Sometimes I do that with the hair. Sometimes I don't. I did not do that with her hair, and I like it like this better. So, ooh, I just smudged my whole screen. Hold on. Okay, here we go. What do you think, Mike? Look, this is new.
Yeah, you're nicely dabbling around. I like it.
Yeah. Well, this is actually, you weren't here when I was telling Rosetta about this, but this is Sweet Girl, and she is one of the singular images for one of the haikus. And the original was gifted. I don't have the original. And the one that's in the current copy, like the author's copy one that I have, is similar to this, but I did it on my phone. What you're seeing me do here, I did on my phone. And I was like, so technically, I don't need to bother with her. Like, technically, she's done.
Yeah.
But since I've used Sketchbook to play around with coloring her, I figured she would be a perfect piece to come on. It highlights a piece from the book, which is kind of why I'm doing the streams this week and last week. And, you know, it gives me an opportunity of using this device with something I've actually colored digitally before. So, and honestly, right now, I'm not even really coloring, I'm smudging. That's all I'm doing right now. I'm smudging the original paints and the original colors. That's the majority of what I'm doing right now.
Well.
So, it's just play. So what else is
I'm
new?
not awake.
So weird. I haven't talked to you in forever, and I think I just saw you this weekend.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of things happened. Like, I actually sold some art on the art auction to Pop Culture Avenger, who I am pretty sure spent like $2,000 on pieces over the weekend.
He bought one of mine.
Which is just incredible. Yeah, no, I know. It's incredible how much he shared around.
Well,
and holy crap.
Yeah, it's, in my experience, someone is either going to just, you know, they're going to buy one piece because it's what they can afford or whatever, or they're a true art collector or art, you know. And if you're an art collector, and I don't know him, and that's fine. But clearly, he is someone who appreciates art for sure.
Yes,
you know?
And he's just a big support. He actually bought a retailer tier for 10 copies of every issue for Love and Cora. Yeah, like, I actually have 2 big boxes going out to comic shops now, and I'm like, holy crap. I'm gonna get comic shops.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm looking for a way to make it easy for me to get them into comic shops in the Netherlands and potentially Europe. But yeah, next year when Randy has a little more time on his hands, I'm gonna offer Love and Cora to him as well, so it can go through Liberty, but being sent from the United States, you know, and made in the United States. Because the PDFs are ready, they're done, they're good. You know, it's just a matter of getting the word out.
Well, yeah.
Let's see.
I mean, you've done all of yours on crowdfunded, right?
No, actually.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna remove my cookies, see if that helps on StreamYard. I don't think it will, but it might.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to remember, and I would assume you're using the same browser you always use or whatever, right?
Well, that's the thing. I'm using 2 browsers. Like for StreamYard, I have to use Chrome because it's a lot more efficient.
Yes, very true.
So we're gonna see. We will see.
Ooh. Ooh.
Continue with YouTube.
I actually I just accidentally changed the rotation, and I'm getting to a point where I actually know what I'm doing wrong. I'm like, ooh, I know what I'm doing. Ha! There was a time, Mike, the first time I ever accidentally grabbed the rotation thing and moved, I was like, what the? What? I remember, like, I was like freaking out. I'm like, what did I just do to my piece? Oh my god. That's so funny.
Okay, hello. camera. Let's see, should be able to. Come on. Now let me refresh and see if it'll catch my camera. Hope it actually finds the camera that I have to use.
The other thing I was going to say is try a different USB port. I don't know what kind. Is it a camera in the computer itself, or is it an external camera?
No, it's an external camera, but that never gave me any issues. It's literally just the thing getting connected or not, and the amount of processing power it apparently needs. But I will have to reinstall Windows 10 anyway at some point, because it's yeah, there we go. Something went wrong again. Yeah, it's annoying, but whatever. Ooh, I have to charge my phone. Jesus. Oh, where did I leave that cable? Good question. Let me take a walk around the house, and it's a mess. So, sorry for everyone looking at the ceiling.
Oh shit! What did I just do?
No, that's.
Oh, it's okay.
Where did my cords go?
I think I know one of my priorities after I'm off of this. My next training session for myself is to learn how to program these two buttons on the pen. Because I keep
that is in the driver.
On the app or the driver?
On the driver.
Yeah, you're speaking great to me. The driver. The thing just had to install the driver, so it's like probably in the settings for this device somewhere.
Do you have pen pressure at least?
Oh yeah. Ooh.
Okay. Then we're fine.
Dude, look. I was so excited when I figured that out, because the phone, I have Sketchbook, okay, and I have a stylus, but I do not get that nifty little feature on my phone. Okay.
Oh no, of course.
I can press all day, and it is not going to matter. And whatever concern I had about the whole, like, oh, it's not going to be the same as traditional. It's never going to be the same as traditional. But knowing that I can go like this and it's not going to make some big dark line is rad. Or knowing if I press hard, I'm going to get that is rad. I like that.
It's a whole new world once you get used to it. I know.
Oh yeah, I'm super excited by it. The layering thing, like what I'm doing right now, I'm working. Oop, that's not what I wanted. I gotta go back to a different size.
Layers are your friends.
Yes, and I'm glad that I have been doing as many of those cute little pieces I've been doing on my phone, because some of what I know, this would have been so much more foreign to me. Like I'm no expert.
Yeah.
Trust me, I am not even close. I am so much further along than I was. If I had tried to just sit down with this dang device and never ever played with it at all, I don't know. I'd still, like everything else, as you already know, you know me well enough to know, I would tackle this shit and be like, I'm gonna make this my bitch. It's gonna learn. That's how I approach it. When I don't know how to do it, I'm gonna be like, you ain't getting the best of me, whatever it is, Like I have a conversation with it. I'm like,
Now listen
I'm
up, you little shit.
Exactly. I'm like, you are not going to win. You're not winning this fight. I'm just saying. You know, I will straight up have a whole conversation with it today. You know, like today I had a conversation with God. I was mad at him when I woke up, and I told him off.
Huh.
And yeah, I do. I talk to my God like that. You know, we jam like that. And then
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
really nowhere near religious, so.
yeah. Well, some days
Well,
I am.
God will do that
Some
to
days
you.
I don't see God. Oh, but I'll talk to the sun the same way I talk to God. And the conversations I have with Mother Ocean when I go to the beach,
Yeah.
that's a whole different plane of consciousness, you know. See,
Yeah, I don't anthropomorphize anything, so.
this is what I love about layers. So I did all this stuff on this one, and then I'm like, okay, let's see how it looks. It's like putting on it just blows my fucking mind, man. It really, really does. And there's things that I've been wanting to do that I haven't bothered even trying because the phone's too small or it's just, you know, like
Yeah.
it's too frustrating to even bother with some of it. And this is awesome because I can see so many things that are going to come from this experience. I'm just saying. Look at this. Add some red. I like the curly ones, but I don't know about those ones in the blonde. I haven't decided.
See.
We will come back to that. Ooh, and
Trying again.
this glove thing is the best, dude. It's the best ever.
Yes, I love them.
Oh my god. Well, it came with one, but then Frank of Salazar Art Nation, he sent me one as a gift. So I know, isn't that cool? He's so sweet. So I already had one, but it came with one. So I technically now have two, which is rad. Okay, let me try this. Make this bigger.
Let's see, and now it's not getting any camera access anymore. Bloody hell.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it.
Yes.
Right.
Hello. And something went wrong. Come on. What is going on here?
Oh, I like that. The reds in the line. See the red bright line? The bright red.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what layer I put it on though. Oh, there. No, it's on that one. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I use Clip Studio, so it's got a completely different look. But then again, Clip Studio is made to make comics, so.
Well, and I know eventually, I'm going to probably want to use something more advanced. Depending on how. Well, it depends. I mean, it depends. If all I'm doing is what I'm doing, like where I'm just enhancing these pieces, probably not. Like, I probably don't need anything that fancy. So anyway, you go finish what you were saying. Sorry.
Well, the thing is, like, it's the purpose too. If you just want to doodle and scribble, you know, yeah, go for SketchUp, go for Paint Tool Sai, go for Photoshop. But when it comes to making comics, especially web comics, yeah, Clip Studio is the way to go.
Yeah, I wonder, there was one I put on my computer, and I don't remember if it was Clip Studio, but it was a little complicated. I couldn't understand it. But then again, I'm not there yet. Like I do intend on getting once I get a little more familiar with the basic. I do want to do another. I haven't done a webtoons in a while. I haven't done another episode since the last one. It's not like anybody's breathing down my neck about any deadlines. You know, it's not like that's kind of like, that is like not even the best or the most important priority, really, creatively. But
Okay, I'm at 4%. So I'm going to, yeah,
oh,
it's
you're gonna
gonna
have
die any second now. So I'll talk to you later once I got it working on my PC.
yeah, and I've
Later,
been here for 2 hours. I'm probably gonna sign off. So thank you for stopping in. He's frozen. There he goes. There he goes. There he goes. Oh, no, that on. Zoom this out. Oh, wait. Where'd he go? Hi.
Yes, my guys.
What happened?
It works.
You froze.
Yeah, no, my phone died,
Right?
and right as it died, my webcam and StreamYard finally got together and started working again.
Nice. Yay. Excellent.
Bloody hell. I
Bloody
swear to
hell.
God, this bloody thing.
Bloody hell.
Oh my God.
Well, it's funny, like, I thought I got a message and I thought it was you. Wait, I would have hopped on this talking. Oh, okay. I had just got a message from someone and I was like, wait, I thought it was you, but it was actually her.
So,
Okay.
did you see the plushies yet for Life and Cora that I'm
I
working
saw
on?
the pictures of them.
Yeah, no, I don't have a physical thing yet either, but man, they're good. They're awesome.
Okay, so I know there's a way I want to. Why won't it let me merge? Merge visible. There we go. That's another thing I like. I found. Oh, I turned my layer thingy off. Oh, there it is. Like, where'd my layer thingy go? I was. Oh, do you have it? Am I gonna see it? Wait.
No, I don't have any physical
okay.
plushies yet. Sorry.
You asked me, and I said I've seen pictures. I thought you were about to show me the actual plushie. I was gonna be like, so.
If only I could. Trust me, I'd be all over show, like making pictures of it of every bloody angle that I can imagine. I'm getting 100 of those.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is gonna be fully manufactured. So I'm ordering 100 at first. Then what's going to happen is, if these are successful with crowdfunders and everything, then I'm gonna make a line of them.
Nice.
So yeah, and they're gonna be a lot more affordable, like 30 euros. You know, maybe even less.
The spacing, roundness, I don't want it round. I want it to rotate.
That's
Goals by stylist. Scaling percentage. I'm looking in my settings because I want this to.
Does it have rotation capture?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Yeah. So there's
okay.
Rotations on. Oh, there we go. There is a rotation.
Yeah, even I don't have that.
Yeah. See, look, I'm getting closer to where I want it. Like, these are the kind of things that I learned on my phone. Because there's another one that will look. This is nice. I like that, but I want it to not give me that squared edge at the bottom. The nib. That's what I want. Go. Come here. I want the nib to be soft. I think is what I want.
No, then you want it to be hard, so you have to press down to make a stronger line. But that depends on your pen setting, because right now it's smudging it in the end.
Yeah. Ignore edge.
Rather,
There's
yeah.
a setting called ignore edge. No.
Okay.
It's still, I mean, I can see the end of it. There's a different brush. I could use a different brush.
Yeah, I think this one is a calligraphy brush. So
Yeah. It's called the Smudge Flat Bristle Brush 3. I know that. I know I have one. Yeah, no, this is not what I want. I have one in here. I know I've used it on my phone, and I'm just trying to find it. And that's what I need to learn. One of the things I need to learn, and I'm sure it's in this program somewhere. I might have to ask Rich. But I need something that'll show me the brushes I've used recently.
Ah.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you have a feature like that?
No, but if I can show you what Clip Studio looks like for me.
Okay. You want to share your screen?
Yeah, I'm just gonna open up Clip Studio. I haven't yet, because I've been working on labeling everything all morning. So give me a bit.
Mike, how do I get us all in there? I guess that's the only setting.
No, I'm not. It wouldn't, because you're sharing your screen as well. It can only share one screen at a time.
Oh.
So here we go.
But what if
the browser on there?
I can remove it.
There's a coffee cup in front of my screen.
You can share it. I removed it.
Let me see. Share screen.
I don't know who's watching us, but say hello. We have people watching us, Mike.
What up, lovelies?
I don't know. Like there's like 3 people watching us. Say hello, whoever you 3 are.
So this is what Clip Studio looks like for me, and I widened this a bit because normally I have it like this. But yeah, you got your pen. So calligraphy. Let me.
I like how yours gives you an example of each of this. Like mine doesn't like I can pick a setting and it'll show me what it's going to look like. But I like how what you just showed me, like it gives you the different options, like you can see them all at once.
Well, the thing too is that I'm working on a PC.
Yeah.
So, and yeah. Let me.
I almost think just smudging these down is what I'm gonna do, but I want the curve, so I'll find something else.
This is the pen that I made for myself for digital inks. This is the one that I'll use when I'm actually inking digitally.
Oh, that's beautiful. I use the inking pen a lot, and I like it. I like it, but I like how this one is ending at the end. Michael T, hello, and look at Frog G. Look at up.
Hey, there we go.
The link is in the YouTube, pinned in YouTube.
Michael, shut the fuck up. You know Clip Studio is a powerful tool, and it costs a damn lot less.
So is that a pen you designed yourself, or do you have to? How did you do the? Because I love the taper thing. Okay, as you can see, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find something that'll taper at the ends, like what you're doing.
Okay, so the way that works is because, like, I can make a very thin line. And it just realizes when I lower my pressure.
It's about pressure. Oh.
Yeah, it's pen pressure.
Okay, wait. Let me go back to. I had it on. Well, it also helps. I was on the chisel pen, Mike.
Aha.
That whole time I was on. You guys, for those watching and joining us late in the game, this is only the second time I've had a digital device in my hands. My PS7 is free. I've had it since 2005. Hail Frog, hail Mike. Oh. Okay, so the pressure, duh. How stupid am I? So, oh my God, Mike, it's doing what I wanted it to do.
I made a reference layer out of this, and now nothing goes outside of my line work, which is awesome.
Okay, I don't know how to do what you just did. I wasn't even.
No, but I've got a few more years of experience on this.
Was that with multiple layers, Ben?
Yes. And so what I can do, if you look at my cursor.
Listen to a Mike Train story on it.
Okay. So I made this, and I want to remove a little bit in the middle. So what I have on my pen is that I can switch between eraser and pen.
This format. Only, okay.
There we go.
I hope that
Which
it doesn't. I'm looking.
I can make a mob. Hold on.
I'm on my layer 1. Borrowed it from an old old
Ah, nice.
Clip Studio.
Yeah, Clip Studio has so many tools for panels and everything, and text-wise. The only thing that it doesn't have is very good CMYK usage, but I can make mobs of people. There we go. I can have people walk around the screen.
I want that because you know the animation thing I was telling you about? Does yours have a flipbook? Does Clip Studio have a flipbook thing?
You mean inverting the...
No. So Autodesk, so in here they have what's called a flipbook. So Autodesk Sketchbook has a flipbook. So I can make those little, like that little dancing animated man I made.
Oh, okay.
I can make...
Yeah, since mid last year, they added a function where you can record everything you what you're actually doing.
Oh, yes, this does this too. I've done that with a few. Oh my God, Comic Blast Light. Dude, my work is on the wall. This is what.
Look, I made a frame. You know, and what I'm gonna do inside this frame is
I don't know what
I'm gonna draw. Oh no, that's another frame. So I'm just gonna work on this layer, but outside of this layer, it doesn't show.
I saw that in one of the tutorial videos I watched. I did see this. Is that how you do like your panel stuff?
Yeah. There we go. So now it's in.
Oh
my
God. I need to learn how to do this. I'm super excited by so many things, but I do know when I illustrate volume 2, there's a couple of things I'm going to do. I'm going to draw my text boxes on my artwork. I'm probably going to hand letter the haikus. But switching over to more comic book for my comic book strip webtoon thing, Clip Studio, what you're showing me is like the most commonly recommended one. Oh, Michael's here. Hold on. Let me add him.
Hey.
Where's my cursor? The only thing about using my digital device, there it is. Okay. Hi, Michael. Is he here?
Hola, and good morning, everyone.
To join the Teach Dory. What are you working on, Michael?
I'm doing storyboards. So.
Oh. Yeah, I hired someone to do my storyboards for me, and they haven't come back to me. And today is the last day for their deadline, or they're never gonna get a job from me again.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
Well, my boss is an asshole, so I'm turning in my stuff in as slowly to him as possible. So I'm my own boss.
Well, that's the thing.
If that helps.
Like, if
I was making that same joke earlier, Michael.
People that are familiar with me know for a fact that I'm not an asshole, and I pay people fairly, and I care about, you know, if there's something going on in your life, tell me the fuck about it so I can keep it in mind. I don't mind if you're late. I do mind not hearing anything.
Oh yeah, there's justifiable reasons for stuff, but like if you haven't been told anything, yeah, you need to climb up their ass on that one.
Exactly.
That is like any day you ask me if you ever ever asked me what the most unprofessional thing you can do is to your colleague, coworker, your boss. Ignoring someone flat out is probably the most unprofessional thing.
I'm gonna stop sharing.
Oh. Okay.
Because, yeah, it's taking a lot out of my PC, and I got not that much to show right now.
What I was trying to figure out was, I guess there's no way for me to have, instead of me on the screen, have my thing on the screen.
You can put your screen full screen. The screen share, you can put it full screen.
But then you guys aren't in there.
Well, no, but that's the best StreamYard can do for you.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't mean me big.
Yeah, once you start dinking around with programs like OBS and stuff like that, a lot more options open up to you, but I wouldn't worry about that kind of thing right now.
Okay.
Why am I full screen? Wait a minute, what?
Because we're looking at the cool stuff.
Because
circular panels, I like that.
This is Train Dory 101, because Dory has a script for the other Mike. I just realized your names are the same.
Well,
that's why I refer to him by his full name. There's a lot of Michaels.
Yes, Mike, I have a script for you, and I got it out. I got it out, and I started working on because it was in this long, drawn-out paragraph narrative form. But I haven't done this. This is what I wanted to. I've never done storyboards, and you didn't ask me to do storyboards, but I'm the artist. I have no intention of illustrating this thing. But I will give it to you with a mental picture or a picture on paper, and that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see what Michael was doing.
Yeah, no, definitely. I love storyboards. I don't like doing them, but I do love them.
Doing them's the hassle, but it works out so much in your head.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I even start I actually start that process text-wise. Yeah. Like each one of these lines is a page in the book. Like, what do I want to address? I know my story from beginning to end. Here's my outline for that, and then each page gets to address those things. You know.
That is one of my most
That's what I did with the script. Sorry, Mike.
Like that, one of my writers for Love and Cora does that as well. Before he sends in the full script, and I'm like, holy crap, this is so useful.
It is. It really is.
God.
And especially as I'm on the Bancroft train, I'm doing everything myself from beginning to end. Penciling, scripting, writing, inking, coloring, all of it. This is all me. So I want to make sure I've got it all in my head down before my Bristol boards are even touched.
Well,
are those storyboards? I was going to ask, are those storyboards Bristol boards? Is that what you're working on?
Oh no, I'm just working on copy paper for this right now. This is throwaway stuff. I printed out a bunch of templates.
Yeah. Did you tape the paper together?
And then marked. No, this is just one sheet of paper. It's just printed with a cross on it.
Oh, your camera makes it look so big.
No, but
the camera's not that far away from the paper either. So
yeah. The reason you want to use cheap paper is that you don't care if it goes wrong or if you have to erase a lot on a storyboard.
Right.
Okay.
You just want to keep going. You just want to push out the idea.
And I'm a boy on a budget.
I have a new printer scanner fax thingy coming, and I have some things that I want to do. So, and I know that Mike Jimmy has seen it, but when I did the last episode, oh my god, that's beautiful.
Yeah,
That's yours?
This storyboard page right here, this is cover for chapter 1.
Holy
nice.
God. Look at that. Whoa.
That is probably my next investment, come to think of it. I need an arm for the camera. Right now, You know those stupid wire things that you put around
Oh,
your neck
yes.
that have a phone clamp in them?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's like hands-free. You can watch Netflix sitting in your bed or something like that.
I
using one of
actually
those
have a
stupid
suggestion because I got one of those arms from Amazon and they were like $30.
Yeah, I've got to
And
find something here soon.
Yeah, they even got a ring light as well, so you can hook on your phone. But
So I can
it's
probably
big
use the
enough.
lamp.
I have the
There we go.
lamp thing. I have the lamp thing, but I have an external computer camera that the head of the camera not only extends like out to where you can actually the camera can actually lay flat, but the head of the camera swivels 360 degrees. And so it's amazing for streaming. It really is. I found this what is it called? It's like a little mini tripod, like a travel mini
Yeah.
tripod. But the legs of the tripod are bendable claw kind of Velcro-y. It's crazy. So I literally clamp it like a hand around the arm of that light that I have. That's what I use.
It works. That definitely
That's
works.
kind of
yeah.
what I got going on here. Yeah. If I were to, let's see.
Look at this is Dory playing with brushes. Nothing spectacular, that's for sure. Nothing spectacular.
Yeah.
There's the clamp for the thing, and then like this
Oh,
wire
okay.
contraption right here where the
Yep.
phone clamp is, and I've got a couple of rubber bands that hold the back of the camera plate so that it holds it steady. But if I do hit the camera, it'll do like this crazy wobble.
Oh yeah.
So I got to be careful
So-
if I'm streaming or something.
I think this program overrode my original stream because I didn't do the file save as.
The lucky dice. Oh,
Oh, well.
Frog. I'm sending out Love and Cora today. So
Ooh.
you got these two
No
big
lucky
boxes
dice looking great.
with original arts on top of it because they don't want to dox RJ from Critical Blast.
You guys
And this file right here, which is going to go to all Europe-based people. So yeah, expect Love and Cora in a week at most.
Nice.
Can you hear me? I
Mhm.
said keep yourselves company. I gotta have a human break first.
Sure.
Lucent came in.
Ooh, nice.
That is a fucking beautiful print right there.
Oh man.
And I hand it to anybody who's willing to draw the interior of a library.
And yeah, the patches finally came in a week too late, but
Ah,
they're in.
but they're in.
There we go. 2-inch patches. Like I got everything on time, no problem. Like I use a local printer, and for the patches I had to use a different manufacturer. And then last week on Monday they should have arrived,
Mm-hmm.
and I never got anything from them. So Wednesday I sent them an email going, "Hey, what's going on? Where are my patches?" And
They're in a box on the.
yeah, that is literally what happened because someone went, "Oh fuck," and sent them out immediately. Because like an hour later, I got the tracking code, I got the confirmation email, and I could see the label had been made on the 19th of August, and they sent it out on the 25th.
Did you tell him how excited I was when you said you had the patch?
Yes, that too. Like she
I
exploded.
was all like, Michael, I was like all this, like all,
Ooh.
I was all on my thing, and then he said patch, and I went, what? I popped up, and I got up on him. Show me.
Yeah,
Okay,
Frog's
wait,
mentioning the
Frog-
Lucent magnet is creepy, but it is the first
Okay.
attachment I've ever had on my mic arm right there. There's the Lucent
Ooh.
magnet. The ginger root
I don't
hand.
know. I don't know what was looking great. I'm sorry, Frog G. I hope it wasn't my doodle. No lucky dice. I
The
saw
dice
the
are in
packaging.
their coffin next to my record player. They are ready for tomorrow night.
I'm super excited because by the time I get my patch from your campaign, Arya's, Mavericks, my lavender battle vest should be here. I also
Ooh.
got my Lucid in today. That magnet was well creepy.
Oh,
I got all excited and I was ordering stuff, and then my campaign hasn't moved, and so I banned myself from going on any more print on demand websites of ordering stuff.
yeah, you want to focus on marketing for now.
Yeah. So luckily, everything I do is on my Google Drive backup because I paid for Google. I paid for so many gigs of whatever. Because what you saw me doing to her earlier is now permanent on the computer. But I have the original scan. And I know who has the original art, so if I really needed him to scan it, he would scan it. It's Sean. You guys know Sean Howe. He's the one who's doing the cover
Yes.
from my burlesque book. Yeah. It's kind of funny. He's doing the cover, and I'm like, okay, I can't be naked. And he's like, well, I kind of usually do when they're naked. I'm like, are you just trying to get a nude?
They can leave their shoes on. It's okay.
Oh. Well, I did. Oh my God, it's funny you just said that, Michael, because I told him, I said, don't put shoes on me. There's no way, because it's supposed to be a surprise, but I don't care. It's supposed to be an imagery thing of me in a hammock under French, what are those trees? The oak trees that have the moss. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Next to a swamp. That's the basics. Because I'm from the South, and the book is called This Is Not Emotional Burlesque, and it's got tons of French influence and French flavors and colors, and so that's really all I told him. And he has some pictures for reference. He gets to do whatever he wants otherwise. Although I did say to him, I can't be nude. I'm not putting a nude cover on a book. And
It would help though.
And don't put shoes on. Do you think that would be like, do people actually put nudes on the cover of a book?
Kara Nicole does.
I mean, when you get down to it, comic artists generally draw nudes.
Yeah.
It's just you paint the outfit on them. You know, and
Yeah.
remove the organs, for safe consumption of children. But for the most part, I mean, take a look at like all these superhero outfits. Superman, Rogue. These are nude figures.
Nude figures.
That's why I
and
got
they
in
just
trouble
don't
for
have
drawing
any
them in
genitals.
school.
Yeah, they just don't have any genitals. That's it.
Yeah.
I think I told him to put me in a slip, like a white, not frilly, a simple white next to naked slip. I think. Like Jimmy's all, I wasn't gonna be on the cover.
And chat, while we're playing with that image, remember to go check out La Première Tome.
Yes. Go give her some
incidentally,
love.
Yeah.
have you figured out how to mod somebody yet, Doris?
Oh, you know what?
You have to do it in the YouTube.
Yeah, so all I have to do, I do know how to do this, which means that I can go to my stream. Now, don't they have to have commented on one of your streams? Or I do know how to do this.
The one I'm suggesting is Frog, and you're going to want to mute the YouTube real quick.
Yes.
I did mute it. I just made him a moderator.
Okay. Yeah, Frog is I couldn't do my show without Frog. Straight up.
God. Yeah, no. You rock, Frog.
I can. I'm way slower. Like, he's almost telepathic when it comes to this kind of thing, and he's officially my co-producer.
Oh, you don't have. You said go make Frog a mod. You didn't even have to tell me twice. I love Frog. He's one of my favorite people on the whole planet. He's one of the. Well, you know.
And behold.
He wrote the haiku, and I thought it was Michael, but Michael was actually replying to Frog, and I'm like, oh, I'm got to get used to this Twitter, man. Paula, keep posting my love from here to me.
Yeah, I actually opted out of In Demand today as well, so it's gonna be the campaign is closing in like 2 days.
Or however many hours it does it. I've seen it do it in 4
Yeah.
hours. I've seen it take 48. Yeah.
Let me add it up here for you a second, because I know that Mike Jimmy is well aware of what's in the book. Michael, this is one of the pieces in the book, and this is an example of. She's probably one of the few I did very little painting to her. Like the original is almost exactly what you're looking at. But I got my phone, little old iPhone, and I did a lot of what you kind of see that I've done to her. I did on an iPhone, and now I'm just playing with because this is only my second time ever having a digital device in my hands. Other than my phone.
I will give that to iPhone is because of their camera capabilities. Number one, that's why they're so expensive, is because they have like top end freaking cameras in them.
But
and
otherwise,
they've got a lot of really good. They've got a lot of really good in for the iStore art programs.
Oh yeah.
Android has fewer options in that regard.
Yes.
I made all the music for my spoken word poetry album this year. I did my first full length spoken word poetry album with my own music, and I used my iPhone to do it. And that honestly was the only reason I really bought an iPhone. I had been an Android user my whole entire world, and ever since cell phones came out, and I was finally convinced. My ex-boyfriend, the one who passed, he convinced me to get an iPhone because of the GarageBand. He was a rap star, grunge hip hop guy, and I say to him one day, I'm like, I need someone who can compose my music for me, and he's like us. He's like us. He does his own shit. He makes his own stuff. He was an indie creator. He didn't go into some commercial. He turns to me and he goes, "Do it yourself."
Yeah. If you want something done right, do it yourself.
And
you know? And if you want something done quick, ask a busy person.
Ask a busy person. Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, I learned that one from Alan Savage.
And when it comes to artwork from other people, you have 3 options: fast, cheap, good. Pick 2.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yep. Well, I have Glenn Fleming is going to be on my Saturday morning show, and one of the reasons why I had to ask him to come on the show is because he said something in the stream one day, and it sounded like I was talking. I mean, it was his voice, but it was me. Because I will not pay for something I can teach myself how to do. I mean, maybe one day when I've got, what is that called? What would you call that? Dispersing the work. What is that called? Delegation. Once I have the kind of team I can delegate to that I can trust, okay, I can see doing that. But now, as of right now, I don't have that. So I just do it with it.
Yeah, I had to delegate as well because I suck at thinking up stories. So
so
I had to get writers in the first place, and if I can offer someone work that I know they will do better than me, I will happily give it to them.
So I was gonna do storyboards, Mike, but you're sick. So what I did, it's funny that it's so crazy. He was showing us how he did that line, per line thing. That's what I did. That's what I've gotten done so far. I took my narrative story that I have, and I went through it, and I separated it out line by line. Not necessarily page by page, because as mind you, I've never done a comic book like you guys have.
So these are what my storyboards look like. Like they're tiny.
Hold on.
They're just tiny thumbnails.
That's like the one I used for my webtoons.
This is the size. Well, where is my finger? There it is.
At the end of your hand, man.
This is where my figure and
So
and
the
that's
finger
why I
for
was
scale.
thinking-
Like these are tiny pages. Like
Yeah.
they're absolutely tiny. They are on A3, and I usually do 16 of them at once.
Do you draw the
One page.
squares yourself?
Yeah, no, I just really rough them in, and I don't really care about. It's just for because they're just for me. You know, I don't care if they're all that big or detailed. I just need an idea of the composition of the page. But you know, since I hired a storyboard artist, they better give me something that's worth my time. You know, that I can read the page from. Like something like Michael is doing, that would be exactly what I'm paying them for.
Yeah, I was I kind of like this view because I can switch it around and highlight. This is like exactly what I was hoping for when I could. Oh, and if Frog is still there, I don't know if he's still there or if he's still watching. I always have one viewer. It doesn't matter when I stream.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how long I stream. I always have one viewer, and I don't know if that's a bot or what, but I always have one viewer. Sometimes I have more, sometimes I have less. It could just be a lurker who sits in the back and pleases himself while he's watching me. I really don't know. All I know.
Well, I'd like to not speculate about that possibility, thank you.
What time? You don't have to tell me where you are, Michael, but where? I know how far away my Jimmy is. What time is it for you? Is it middle of the night for you?
I'm in Idaho. It's 2:30. It's never been a secret, so I'm not worried about it. So.
Oh, okay. I'm in Ramona, California.
Well, let's get you out of there.
It's funny because I laugh. You guys don't even know the inside joke, but I laugh because it's one of those things where like the majority of people that say gnarly shit on the internet are obviously people that have never had their ass kicked in person.
Yeah.
And I have this running joke of like, if you really think if something I say or something about me wants you to throw down, I live in Ramona, California. Let me know where to meet you, because I might look like the girl next door with the blonde hair and the blue eyes and the sweetness and all that shit, but I can cut a bitch, which is kind of funny because that's the piece I'm working on, the sweet girl who's got a knife up to her lips. Yeah, I got no problem. A good street. I'm not like a gangsta street girl, but I could throw down. So, Mike, Jimmy, did you hear me talking to Rosetta about you having babies?
Me having babies?
Yes, you didn't hear that part of the conversation.
No, I was probably trying to get in here.
So, while you were trying to come on, I was telling her that I said, give him a minute, because she got impatient. She's so cute. She got impatient. She's like, where did he go?
I tried. I really did.
Yeah. And I said to her, well, she was falling asleep, and I think she wanted to see you before she fell asleep.
Yeah.
And I said, he may have just woke up. He may have to put on a shirt. Not that I need him to put on a shirt, because I'm perfectly fine if he doesn't want to have one on. And then I was laughing because I said, oh, Mike's really too young. I teased, but he's too young for me. And I said,
yeah.
It's what I would like to say. If I was a single woman and came across Mike, and I was still in those years, the first thing I'd want to do is make some babies with that man.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yes. Although I must say, Mike, when you're ready to have babies, you need to find a tall woman because you cannot give up the height, dude. You got to keep the height in the genetics. So find yourself an Amazon. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not trying to hate on the shorties out there.
Look, my mom is like 5'6", and my dad is just a tiny bit shorter than me. So don't worry about the tallness.
I'm not worried. I mean, you can stay single. You can stay single and child free until you come to San Diego, and we can have some fun, and then you can go back to the Netherlands and have babies.
I don't know. It
Jesus
sounds like Doris
Christ.
is promoting eugenics.
You know what's funny, Michael? He's one of the few people that knows I can say what I just said, and I don't like. Would I follow through on that? No. No.
If it does, who gives a fuck?
Right? This is true. This is true. I am also a sexually liberated woman that don't apologize for nothing. Nothing to nobody. Oh my god. I had the coolest conversation with Pops earlier, and there were so many cool things on the auctions this weekend. It was so rad.
Yeah, I'm sad I missed that part of the auction, but I was asleep.
What part of what did you end up selling? I didn't get. I was still. I woke up. I didn't wake up early enough for you.
Yeah, let me find the images so I can share my screen.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I removed mine. Okay. I was gonna say I removed mine. Aw. Frog G.
Yeah, Frog is incredible.
Pops just hit, I think, like 420 subscribers on YouTube or something. And he posted about how perfect that was. And then I thought about him, like, he's going to be sad when it's at 421.
Where is the other one?
And he got a sponsor.
Yeah, he did.
I thought we were sponsoring them.
Let me see. Where is it? No.
I think we were asked. I'm pretty sure Mammoth was asked to be a sponsor.
Yeah, I think he got asked to be a sponsor.
Yeah, it's the opposite. Only because this is a charity, and that's the only reason I think it's the opposite.
That's Love and Korra 3. Where's Love and Korra 4? So, Pop Culture Avenger bought 2 pieces from me. But I can't find
where's the link to buy your stuff?
Does he even create anything? I wonder.
Oh my god. Yes.
Who, Frog?
Yes.
I know Frog does like resin commissions and stuff like that. He just did 5 custom sets of dice for me. He's done some stuff for Death Metal Hero.
Why don't we know about this, Frog? That's awesome. I love resin.
I'm telling you, Mike, Froggy needs to just come in here and show off his stuff to us.
Oh, there he is.
He has a regular 9 to 5, so.
Oh, is he at work right now?
I don't know. He might be. He might be using the work Wi-Fi.
I would. Okay, so here we go.
So, Pop Culture Avenger bought the original. These are my inks for the 11 Korra 4 cover. So, these are by Rich Peralta. And these are the ones on the screen are mine, so he bought those.
You bought both?
Pop Culture Adventure did. He
won
that auction. And then he won this gigantic piece. This is A2, so this is 22 by 17. And I think I spent like 3 days inking this. There is a lot of detail in this. This was fun.
I love that. Rich was inking something today, Mike, where he did the whole center of Cassandra in the middle, turned her black.
I saw.
You see that? And then he did the whiteout. I mean, he's done stuff that just straight stuns me. That's not the first time. But today, I literally was staring at the screen. Like literally staring.
Yeah, that's what 25 years of inking it looks like. Seriously, he is.
Because I was painting something, and I literally look up because I'm almost always. Doris is correct. Pops is now a sponsored comic book.
Oh, okay. Cool.
We were trying to get you to come in, Frog G, and show off your resin stuff. But I literally, just like I'm doing now, right? So I'm like listening to Rich, and I'm looking up like this here and there kind of thing. And all of a sudden, I look up, and he's drawing in her face. And I'm like, what is he doing?
Yeah.
What the hell just happened? What the hell just happened? I never went back to painting. Like, I just stared at the screen until he was done with the piece. Give me a couple
Sweet.
He's gonna pop in. Okay. I
Yeah.
like literally like I was. Yeah. I
Feel free to pop in, Frog. Will be nice talking to you.
that man is probably awake right now. Why hasn't he popped in?
Who, Rich?
Yes.
Because
Is he up?
Rich is like me, and the first few hours awake are usually spent just drawing and not being online, not giving a fuck. Like everything that is important and needs to get done today is done in the first 2 to 4 hours after your first sip of coffee.
I am completely the frickin' opposite. My first 2 hours of the day spent waking up is spent doing exactly that, waking up. And
so, like all the labels and making sure that they're in with the correct background and everything was done this morning for me, because I need full attention. The moment I have my first sip of coffee, I go to work.
I get out of bed. The first thing that I do before I do anything else is go eat, and then I make coffee, and then I go smoke a cigarette, and then what? I have to make the bed because I work on my bed. I can't do the desk thing. I have a desk. There's a desk there.
I wake up, I turn on my PC, I go to the toilet, I make coffee, wash my face because I have a terrible, terrible dry eye condition that is just awful, and it's annoying, and it makes my eye tear all day long. So, yeah, it's annoying. I got it when I got my first pair of glasses, and I never got rid of it. It's just annoying. It doesn't hurt anything. So, yeah. And then I get to work. I check social media, check my emails for 2 minutes, and then once I have my first sip of coffee, it's off to work.
So I just went off the I just went off the rails, and I started doing stuff to her that I wasn't planning on doing because I realized that she's not going to be the one I can use because she's not my original.
I'm gonna be right back and grab some cappuccino because I'm not awake yet.
Do it, babe. I know.
Like yesterday, we worked from 6:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. That was not a fun day.
You don't have to go to a day job today, do you?
No. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
I was gonna say because you're here, so clearly you don't have to. So that's
No. It's 10:42 a.m. So yeah, like normally I would have been gone at like 6 a.m.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I'm like, because I figured you would. I thought when I asked you to come in, I'm like, hey, you'll get to come in. Like my head was already preparing for the.
No. Like, you started streaming when I was like I would have already been off to work. So yeah, no, I'm home. I'm doing my own thing. I'm not catching up on art, but I can't really catch up on art. I have to fill out the Radiant site campaign page for the new series.
Okay.
I gotta go out, get new smokes, and drop off all these packages and have the post office hate me again.
Why would that make them hate you?
Because it's not I'm a familiar face by now, because in the past 4 years there's been 11 times where I dropped off over 80 packages and they don't like me.
If nothing, that makes you notorious,
Yeah, it also means that by the time they're done with me, there is a line that they're gonna have to go through with people that are just trying to send one little thing.
I see.
Poor people, I swear to God. Be right back.
They just have to. I got to. That was the first thing I did today. Was I went to the post office to mail the piece that pop culture has bought in an auction of mine. I'm quite happy with the fact that so far the artwork I have donated has all been bought. That makes me excited.
I know a couple of the near future investments I'm going to have to make is specifically a PO box. Because right now, like, I don't have to send stuff out, and I don't have to worry about, like, business stuff coming back at me. It
Right.
comes to my house. I don't have to worry about that. But, like, once I start actually worrying about the big shipments coming in of stuff like Gemini mailers and things like that, things I have to do packaging for, and
Yeah.
and then me sending out fulfillment once that's taken care of about a year from now. I don't think I'm going to be wanting to be handling that with even the extra large box I got.
I'll get you a little
Kitty.
bit.
Hi. Mine are not allowed in the office.
I don't have a pet cat. I am a cat. So, what's the biggest thing? Ooh, one of the things the iPhone doesn't do, Michael, is it doesn't do that predictive, or not predictive, it does do predictive. It doesn't do the pressure thing. So like when I'm using I learned that real fast when I got this the other day. I love the fact that it knows the difference in my pressure as opposed to the phone does not. The phone does not care. So,
Oh yeah.
you know, like I right off was so excited for that particular feature because the phone didn't have it. And I'm like,
I used to have a
sweet.
Wacom board, but I don't anymore, so anything I'm going to be doing as far as digitally goes is going to have to be handled with a keyboard and mouse until I get a new frickin' board. Yeah. Which I've done it before, it's just slower. It's just so much slower to get
But
the way you want.
are you looking at Wacom, or are you fine with the cheaper brands? Because seriously.
Wacom's what I'm familiar with, but I'm more than willing to entertain a cheaper brand, you know?
Yeah, because Uion or XP Pen, like I'm using an XP Pen right now.
That's what I have.
Yeah, the pen display I have, and it's 22 inches, cost me 350 euros, so 450 USD. And it has the same specs as a Wacom does. And if you look at their tablets, you know, the non-display ones, you've got a really decent sized one, like the Intuos Pro medium or large size.
I've got an Intuos Lite, and it's just too small for me.
Yeah, no.
And the pressure sensitivity keeps knocking in and out, so.
Yeah, no. You can find those for $40 or $50 from Uion or XP Pen, and they are really a decent size. Do I have one laying around still somewhere? Yeah, I don't know where. But yeah, no. You will find them for $50-$60 on Amazon, often on sale, where you will pay less than $50 for a tablet of a working size of 6 by 9 inches or more.
Those are the ones that don't have a display, though, right?
Those are ones that don't have a display. But if, like, the one Dory is using, I know for a fact is really good, whether you get the Ueon or the XP Pen one.
Yeah, and this one is not the Pro, it's the 15.6, because the 13.3 was a little too small for me.
Yeah.
But I didn't go with the Pro one because when I read the differences, I didn't see many things that the Pro had that I care about the
No, the Pro has some pros that
it has
someone
that,
who. Sorry.
It has a tilt thing in the pen. You know what I'm talking about, Mike?
Yeah.
And I'm like,
But
yeah, well, yeah, I'll be fine.
You don't miss that unless you had it, and
good
yeah,
enough.
yeah. So like, I never had it either, and when I had a display, like when I had a pen tablet that did have that, it threw me off so hard that I never used it again.
Oh, how funny! I was gonna say, clearly, like you actually just put to words why I was like, well, I don't even know what that means, and I just kind of skipped past it. And so that's why I got this one. The main reason I got this one, the main reason was that what caught my attention, and I read all these reviews, is that it has this laminate type screen thing that it's a super grippy textured type of thing. And it kept coming up as the one that was recommended for the artist who was used to working on paper.
Yes, that is definitely true, but what you got to keep in mind is because of that lamination, you are more prone to scratching the screen as well.
Okay.
So you will have to replace your nib a lot more often than I do, because I still have the same nib as I started with this pen display 2.5 years ago.
Oh, wow. Oh my God!
They will tell you anything to sell you their product.
The little baggie of those nib things look like roaches. They look like little ants. Ants. They're too small for roaches. I was like, oh, these are creepy. What are these? And I'm like, oh, okay.
So you want to know a little secret about that? If you get your pen holder.
Oh yeah, it came with one. This thing.
Yes.
It doesn't.
Screw it open. Screw it open. You can screw that open. It has a secret.
Screw it open.
Yes.
Or it pops open, or like a battery cover kind of thing. One way or the other. Yeah.
Oh, it says put the pin in, and then do I do it from this side?
No,
there's a little air.
Hold on.
Y'all are talking to a girl. I'm just saying. I don't know what you mean.
Way to fight the stereotype, Doris.
Oh, I am total straight sexist. I'm a proud. Wait,
I got the same.
I'm a proud girl card carrier, Michael.
Look.
Yes.
Oh,
do I push
slides.
It
slides.
Twists.
Ooh, do the nibs go inside?
And then there's more nibs inside.
Get the fuck out of
here. They're held in a little clip there, yeah.
So
mine are in a baggie. I'm assuming I have to put them in.
No. There should be in there. They're stuck in at a 45-degree angle. Let me see if the camera can catch it.
In the top of it, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, check out his camera.
Oh no, there's no nibs in mine.
Oh, weird. But then you'll have to put them in there.
Baggie. It's because but now I would have never known to do that. You know where that baggie is sitting? It's sitting over there with all the rest of the other stuff that came with it. I would have never even known to go and put those in there, Mike. Thank you. See, it's funny. I was just talking to someone today about the fact that I'm like had never. Oh, I think I can't close it right now. Yeah. Now, a lot of my stand-up jokes, Michael, is about being sexist. 100%. Guilty as charged. Although I will totally fly my feminist flag when it suits me, okay?
Shit.
Don't get it twisted. I'm still gonna fly my feminist flag when it suits me. Okay, now if I ever get this close, that would be amazing.
This is my little cup of lies. It's gonna tell me all about the things that we're not gonna get done today.
I love it. Well, let's see, what did I do? I finished all the fine tuning and tweaking and hand painting of 8 pages, I think it was 8. It might be 7. And then I used my gloss acrylic and I sealed 7. And then I did a 8x10 on canvas, and it's already sold. The woman's going to come pick it up tomorrow by 1. I think that's it. Oh, and I've been streaming now for a while, and I'm working on this.
Yay, you're going for a good 3 hours. Holy crap.
Mostly for fun. Yeah, we're coming up on the 3-hour mark. I am not even close to being sleepy.
Me neither, but I woke up 3 hours ago, so.
Yeah, I haven't even been to bed yet. But I don't have a day job to get to tomorrow, so I'm good.
What are you doing?
What is this bed you speak of?
My bed? I'm on my bed. Do you not sleep, Michael?
No.
Oh, he's
On
like,
purpose.
I know, if I get more than 5 hours, I'm usually it's usually terrible. It's like a bad thing. I actually can function on almost no sleep.
I need at least 8, or I'm not gonna be a human being.
I don't know if people like that. I've always kind of, I do though. I'll have a day or so where my body will crash and I'll end up sleeping in, and then I wake up and I've been asleep for 12 hours, and I'm like, how the fuck did that happen? and then I'll go another week, and it'll be like another week or 2 before I crash again. But for the most part, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, I can run on less hours of sleep, but I don't get anything done, and I just feel like I need a nap.
Frog's in the back room, by the way.
Ooh.
Oh shit! I hope he hasn't. Has he been there long? Oh my god! Have you been waiting long, Frog?
It's only a couple minutes. We're good. It gave me time to organize my pictures.
Okay.
Your spice
Well,
rack? What?
welcome to the stream. How are you doing today?
I am doing good.
So, are you going to be able to show us some of I've seen some of your pieces. Do you have been able to?
Yeah, actually, that's some of the pictures I was setting up. I do have actually the dice sets that I sent to Michael.
I put you in solo layout, so when we're ready to enjoy your mastery.
I think he's going to share his screen.
Oh, are you?
Yes.
Which is a different function.
Hey,
Not quite.
oh, here we go. Ooh,
There we go.
There we go.
And Frog is out.
Oh, this is a fucking dumbass I know.
Up
You
there.
guys do love me.
It's
if
like
you
your
don't
3rd or
love
4th
me,
one. You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm a sweetheart, and I'm just learning.
These are
Yeah,
nice,
You'll
man.
figure it out. It's not a problem.
Okay.
I figured I'd share some of the dice sets I've already delivered. So this was a set, one of the sets for Michael T. This was the rough for one of the sets he had there, which
Hi, James.
we also added glow-in-the-dark pigment on that
Hey,
one.
James. Nice.
Had a couple of glow-in-the-dark keychains we also did, because those ones were pretty entertaining. Those sold pretty well. Another set from Michael T.
Right?
Which one?
The ones you were just on, those are the glow-in-the-dark ones I saw when you were showing those.
Yeah.
So,
yep. Glow-in-the-dark dice, glow-in-the-dark keychain. Red and translucent black dice set for Michael T. Red and gold. This is the other translucent. This one is that glow red, if I recall.
Mm-hmm.
A translucent purple and black with gold lettering and included box.
That's the wife set.
That is the wife set, and she also got a bonus surprise.
Now, I might have misidentified what is actually inside the jewel.
That is actually some of the flowers from my backyard.
Oh, cool.
I was like, I think it might be lavender or maybe young lilac. I'm not sure. But
Russian sage, actually.
Okay.
Ooh.
And then
for cleansing as well.
It could be. And then Michael T's set.
Yeah, this one.
Yes, that one right there.
Hey. Yeah, I got a friend dabbling in this as well.
Oh, I
and it's
like
really
that.
Cool. She's actually started making chessboards out of resin with all kinds of colors, and it's incredible.
Yeah, haven't quite gotten to chessboards yet.
It's expensive, though.
It is.
I know plenty of chess enthusiasts that get excited about that kind of thing, though, especially the capability of customizing them.
Yep.
I still want someone to make customized that game for me at some point, but then we'd have to go into 3D modeling and stuff like that.
Yeah. There's a blue and green glow set with dice box that I'm currently still working on polishing the dice. That'll go out probably next week.
Sweet.
This is a set that just got sent out yesterday. So it's blue and blue marble with glow.
Nice.
Is that Luke?
That is actually Psy.
That's Psy.
Oh.
Yes.
Makes sense for either one of them. So.
Yeah, it does. Some leftover pours we did in a rose mold. Those turned out pretty good.
Nice. Yeah.
This is a blackout set, which is what Luke actually wanted. This was a gift for the mother-in-law, which Lady Frog has delivered, hand-delivered. She's visiting her family this week.
Aww. What are the dice used for, James?
For dice games, Dungeons and Dragons. I mean,
most tabletop
Are
RPGs,
these-
yeah.
I was going to say, are these specifically for Dungeons and Dragons or for just any dice game?
Just tabletop role-playing games.
Okay.
Yeah, any and all.
Would this be similar
I
to
know-
what Red Valkyrie would use when they played that dice game they played?
This is exactly what it is. And in fact, this is a set that just got sent out to Shay yesterday.
Okay.
Solid red set, does glow in the dark, looks pretty nice. This is the full for Luke as soon as I get it done polished up. Solid, well, almost solid black dice box.
I see that.
Almost solid.
Oh,
tricky sumbitch.
nice.
Yep.
Damn.
I'm not sure if I'm including this one with it or not, but
You
either
can
way.
put it on the top.
I could as something to grip it with.
Yeah.
And then just a little bit closer up on the two sets I sent out, one for Psy, one for Shay, blue and blue marble with silver lettering, and then red glow with black lettering.
Nice.
And yeah, they glow very well, very easy to see in the dark on those letters. So that's some of the dice I make. Some of the dice I'm working on making. This is an experiment with a liquid core dice. So it actually has a snow globe effect on the inside.
Nice.
Yeah, these are really they're not the most easy thing to make. They're very temperamental.
I can believe that.
Yeah.
I can see where they'd be very easy to screw up and then be frustrated by having to start the process over again.
Yeah.
Well, the thing with a liquid in the center is that you got to keep in mind, in order for the resin to set, it has to heat up.
Yes, and for this, there's actually a small glass sphere filled with that liquid that is put in the middle of that dice when you pour it. Yeah, so that is a glass sphere containing a. It's actually a purple glow powder and diamond dust powder, and yeah, then just clear resin on that one. It's like I said, it's not the most, not the easiest thing to do. So if I do those sets, they're going to be rather expensive if I do an entire set of them.
I was so curious when you were talking about that other night, because I was approached by a fellow canvas painter, and she was dabbling with the idea of doing a seal kind of thing using resin over her canvas paint, like with a pour kind of thing. Why? Why would you even go there? I just spray mine with a super high quality premium gloss acrylic and I go about my life. Because when she what she had to do to me, Frog, it sounded so freaking complicated. I'm like, why just go there? Why would you even? Why?
And I did make myself a set as well, because why not? So there's my my translucent green. Yeah.
What D is that on the left?
That is that's a D1.
Is that a frog?
That is a frog.
That's so cute. Frog team. So James, what does James say? He says, "I says, sorry, I don't play, but I see my LCS having customers play at their shop. The Star Wars sets are pretty cool."
Yeah, you got. Yep. You know, Warhammer uses these kinds of dice. A lot of miniature based games.
Basically anything that falls under tabletop RPG or tabletop wargaming will use these sets of dice in some fashion or another. There's a couple of systems that use exclusively D10s. There's some that exclusively use D6s. But you're going to find a good mix across the board for a lot of different game systems. Runestones.
Yep, runestones and a glow-in-the-dark raven skull. And different pigment test, just to see what they look like when they're glowing. And then this was half of Michael's order.
Half of his order?
Yeah.
Give me all the dice.
Yeah.
They have all arrived safe and sound with a couple extra Greeblies that were with them, and thank you for the note, sir.
Yeah, no problem. And these are like sets I had ready on hand. This one went very quickly to Shay, so yeah, she got one that was already made up.
That crystal blue set is cool.
Yes, that one is.
Top right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Power the smokes. Power the smoke.
Oh, and here is an anniversary gift I was commissioned to make for one of my workers.
Ooh. Cool.
So yeah, some more flowers from the back garden into crystal pendants. In this case, he made. Yeah, so he actually made this one into a pendant necklace for his wife, and also added a little glow powder because why not? It works out well. It
yeah,
it turned out very well. And this is one of Dakota's sets. So yeah, there you go. Those are some of the projects we've got going. And like I said, those are all the ones that are complete, commissioned, and or in progress and already spoken for. So, as I was mailing off the 2 sets today, the UPS store is actually just like, hey, wait, resin dice? Yeah, so that's what I'm shipping. Do you have a card? Because there's a lot of people that work here.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Let me
So your
see.
commissions are full again.
The matter of fact, yeah. I'm also working on polishing up a new master set to make new molds, so I'm not actually going to cast any more dice with the current molds I've got.
Where do you get your
So,
mold? Like, where do you get a dice mold?
I actually commissioned someone who has a 3D resin printer to make me a set of master dice. I'll polish those up, and then I will make the dice molds from them.
So that means your set's original, because the molds are being made. I'm assuming they're only used for your dice?
It is to a point. I mean, there will be sometime probably in the next year. I'm hoping to actually purchase a 3D resin printer myself and then make my own custom design dice. So instead of having a 20 on the D20, it might have I don't know, maybe a frog on it. You know.
Nice.
That would be so cute. I was looking for another original skin of Sweet Girl because here we go. That's not. Somewhere on this system I have 10 million copies of almost every book. Like, it's gotta be.
So, a couple of years ago, because I actually have too many hobbies, yeah, no, I really do. So, damn it, do I have
Did I do your
pictures of that?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Hmm?
Nothing, go ahead. Are you going to share your screen?
Yeah, if I can find it. I might have to go to for Affinity for this even. So, of course. So, for some people know that I make have made fursuits because
Fursuits?
Yeah, fursuits. I made an owl and a red panda. But for the owl, because that is actually the picture I showed earlier with the owl fighting the dragon. I made a staff with a resin crystal on it that I designed myself. If I can find it. It's probably only on...
Fluffy character thing, right? You designed that little purple dinosaur guy?
Yeah. Okay, it's not on my Fur Affinity either, then it's on my Facebook, and I don't have it on my Facebook anymore, I think. No, not friends. It might be one where I'm tagged. No, my photos. But... Oh, wait, yeah, no. There it is. No, it's without the crystal. God damn it.
Well, while you're looking, I want to show you this. I don't know if you've seen this. This is the original. This is an image of the original.
Nice.
This is what she looked like before I inked and colored her. Way back when. And she has a lot to do with why I stopped painting the originals. Because I look at this and I go, how cool would it be to have her and I don't have her because I painted over. Yeah, I won't be doing that again. So, anyway.
Come on.
Yeah. But I was sitting here and I'm like, oh yeah, I wanted to practice my inking. I could practice my inking. Okay, I like the inking pen, but you have your own. Did you make that one? I like
Yeah, no, I made my own pens and everything because I have a very specific way of working.
Yeah.
But for the most part, yeah, it's. Well, I can find one picture of my first fursuit, so this one isn't as great, and it doesn't show what I wanted to show, which was actually resin. But yeah, fucking furries, right?
Right?
I'm sharing my screen right now.
Oh, I thought it was okay. No, I'm coming. Where's my mouse? You know what? The dual display thing always gets me losing the mouse. What did I just do?
You kicked me
I
out.
was because I'm not very bright, right?
Hold on, I can fucking grab them. What am I worried about?
You made him? How cute. Froggy, are you usually up this late?
Yeah, I work night shift, so I generally stay on nights on my days off.
That's rad. Okay, well, that's good to know. Because I stream so late sometimes. And sometimes, honestly, sometimes the only reason I go offline is because there's nobody here to do.
It's a little flat.
For real.
It's got flattened over the years. But this is the first one I did, and I need to comb him again. And then the one that I actually wanted to show, because it has something to do with the resin, is the little owl.
Ah.
And he has a staff that has a green glowing crystal that I made with resin. But I lost the crystal because it fell off of the staff, but I like this guy. And I broke his beak, so I can't wear him anymore.
Ooh.
He's fun. I might, because he's based on a comic that actually started my whole journey into making comics.
Right.
Once that starts up again, because I'm actually going to start, whatchamacallit, I'm gonna rescript it, and I'm probably gonna hire a different artist to make it for me. Like, you can read 110 pages of this story already on Tapas for free. But yeah, I might just do interviews with that guy on, like with Marmalade from Critical Blast and stuff like that. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, that would.
Sorry?
Like, is it a hand puppet?
Yeah, Marmalade the Hand Puppet.
No, your thing.
Oh, no. Mine is an actual fursuit head.
That's right.
So I actually, let me see, there is a picture of me wearing it.
Marmalade and you with the fur head thing.
There it is. No. I want this one. So this is a couple of years ago. Let me share my screen again. With a buddy of mine at a festival where I was handing out cards as my own fursuit.
And that's the thing you were just holding up?
Yeah, no. Like,
wow.
That's the guy?
That's nice.
Hold on. Let me put him on.
He's gonna put him on. Oh.
No, I gotta put off my headphones if I want to do that. So I'm not gonna be able to hear you guys.
Damn furries anyway.
I was gonna say, I always think of that sex fetish when I see that stuff. I always think never. Now, if the guy's wearing a Lucha Libre mask, I might be able to get.
There we go.
I have a thing for those.
Whew.
Wait, Wait, hold on, Mike. Hold on.
And
So what do you call a gay owl? How do you recognize a gay owl? They say yoo-hoo.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
There you go. Yeah, I gotta comb
I
them
can't-
again, but
I can't imagine that being comfortable heat-wise for like any length of time.
it gets hot. This one has very high ventilation. Especially the suits with like a nozzle, they will get up to 60 degrees in a matter of minutes. But because I have a beak and it actually opens up like so wide, and there's very nice shape that will ventilate new air in very easily. I'm okay, but there are nozzle suits that are made out of resin now that you can actually put in a ventilator into the nozzle because you got the space and everything. But yeah, the other one, the red panda, oh my god, it's hell.
Now, did you just make that for fun, or did you make that for something you were doing for an event?
Yeah. No.
Mike?
Oh,
Oh, you didn't have
that's
your
been
headphones.
Just
years.
headphones off.
I said, did you make that for something you were going to do, like as an event, or did you just do it for fun?
No, I did it because I was working on the webcomic, Sage of Sunset, which was the first comic I ever did,
Oh,
where I did literally everything myself. And I was giving out cards the entire day while wearing the suit to promote the comic. So that's probably what I'm going to do again when we actually start publishing it as a graphic novel.
I see. Are you going to try to make a head for Life on Korra?
No, I'm not going to do a fursuit of Life on Korra because to make one of these heads alone,
I know.
it's about 400 euros to 1,000 on materials alone.
Christ.
So, yeah, like the fake fur is $60 per yard, and you need a lot of the stuff. So yeah, no, it's and when you hear people going, why would you have sex in that? Trust me, you don't want to have sex in something that cost you $1,200. That's like screwing up your made to custom car.
I'm sorry, I was doing a sex inventory in my head.
Yeah, I know.
I never ruined anything really expensive. Let me see.
Yeah, no, exactly. Why would you do that?
I know, my head went too. Have I never ruined anything expensive? Oh my god.
Like, no. And that's the thing too. Like I know a lot of Dutch furries. I know a lot of international ones, and literally none of them will ever go, let's do something naughty in this. No. Because you're spending, well, sometimes a yearly income on getting one of these made.
I didn't even know that there was like a thing. Like, I know sometimes I act like I know everything, but I feel like I know everything.
No, it's ridiculous, but
I didn't even know it was a thing until I was watching that TV show on Showtime called Gigolos. And one of the Gigolos goes on a call, and the girl was in a bear outfit. And
that is so fake.
Yeah, and wanted him to do. It's on video. I mean, like, it's on Showtime. He's a Gigolo, and he actually performs. And he never sees her face. and she's in a bear costume the whole time. I don't understand.
No.
I don't get that at all.
No. Like,
Not
what fursuits are usually just personal mascots. That's what it comes down to.
I think she was doing it because she didn't want to be I don't know. I would never go on the show. It's, no matter how liberated I am, there's no way I'm on the show.
Yeah, well, oh god, it's 11:30. I should go to the post office and send my packages so everyone in the Netherlands gets it in tomorrow and everyone in Europe gets it in before the end of the week. But I'm lazy.
I kind of like this version of her. It's the original sketch, this one that I'm thinking, the idea was for her hair the ends of her hair to be fishes.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I ended up painting her, I did away with it. And I kind of like that. I kind of like this. So now I'm like, we shall see. We shall see.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call off and start heading out to the post office because I'm delaying myself. And I promised I would deliver in August, and it's the 31st of August, so I'm keeping my promises.
Of course you are, my love. I love you. Thank you for stopping in.
Love you
Good to
too,
see you again,
hon.
Mike, Jimmy.
Go forth, do good things, good sir.
Stay awesome, guys. Fun to talk to you all.
Fulfill, sir. Fulfill.
For glory!
And the yiff. Oh, sorry.
Hell no!
There we go. You can watch Michael White
Yeah, no, do you guys know Flash Gits on YouTube? They do small animations, and they have the fur apocalypse, and it's hilarious.
Well, I'm gonna send me the link when you get a chance. Don't do it right now because you got work to do. But when you get
No, I'll send the link in the private chat because it's fucking hilarious.
Well, because playing with animation is on my list. You know this. I have a really long list.
I remember College Humor doing like a furry superheroes cartoon short a while back.
Yes, yes.
Those were hilarious.
Yes. No, this one is Warhammer versus furries.
Oh Jesus!
Yes. Dude, do you want me to just share my screen and watch it together because it's fucking hilarious, and I'll stick around for that.
You have to fulfill, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the post office is gonna be open for another 6 hours.
Yeah, you don't want to leave?
I don't want to leave. No, I got stuff.
I
just got stuff to do.
I got nowhere
Okay,
to
here we
be,
go.
man. I'm wide the fuck awake, and I don't have to do a job.
You add me? Can you add my screen to
He's
the
at
thing?
work. He's keeping us company. He's got we're keeping him company. How long are you at work so far? Did you share it, Mike?
Yes, I'm sharing it.
Okay, wait. So I want it on a different thing. There we go. Kids.
Tell me if the sound is okay.
Listen to me, Abomination. You're definitely quick if you reveal the source of your corruption.
You're too late. Our spread has already begun. The planet will fall, just like every other before it.
I understand. You were human once, but you were once cold.
Don't you say that name! Don't you say it! I'm worst of my name. I can even almost blow myself. Watch.
Oh my god.
Your powers are greatly diminished. Did you really think we wouldn't find your magical artifacts in the station? It's getting pretty close. You're caught in a spark field! Who's running on your energy brother?
Oh no, inflation.
Yep.
Holy
The mark of heresy.
Lola Bunny. So it took me a minute, but I was like, is that a girl? Is that a blood? Is that What's this way?
Probably normal reaction. That doesn't make me a furry.
Click, click. Escape.
Lola was the beginning, but she's not the source. She merely awakened what already lurked in the depths of our humanity. You want our existence to have an easy answer, something you can point to and stop. But there is no stopping us. So long as there are outcasts with no dad to play catch with, or lonely homeschooled boys with internet connections, or Asians, our seeds will fall in fertile soil. How can you stop an idea?
You underestimate the amount of root we have.
We have a new t-shirt for sale, all of the proceeds of which...
And this is not the only one, just saying.
Oh my god. My kids, they used to, I don't know if they still watch stuff like that, but we'd go to dinner and they would just down forever. Like with all these little videos like that they would find on YouTube and stuff. There's just crazy. Always finding stuff to show.
So yeah, that's the other side of fucking furries. Exterminatus.
I like where he says I'm not furry just because I reacted that way or whatever he said. It's like,
that's a perfectly normal reaction. That doesn't make me furry.
Order extremes determinist. Is this the same thing, Kaji?
This would be
that's
the channel itself is that link. The Order Exterminatus would be 40k. That's the only way to make sure this doesn't spread.
Oh my god. That is just...
Cleanse your minds of the heresy. Do not click the link.
I'm getting this pressure thing. This is bad.
Oh god.
Like, I'm kind of thinking that in itself made getting this device different compared to using it. I mean, yeah, I wanted this because of the bigger size, but having this thing where I can actually have not change my pen, right? Like I'm not changing the pen, but I can change just by using that pressure thing, I can literally go from one, it almost looks like a big pen. I love it. I love it.
God fucking damn it.
What?
Oh god. Well, because I stuck around for 5 minutes, Glenn B. Fleming is now asking a ton of questions about fulfillment.
So it blends up.
And that is what heresy leads to.
Yes!
And so you got called out. You got caught.
No, Glenn, I'm helping Glenn with his campaign.
And he's like, hey, where can I get the mailers that you're using? And I'm like, I will answer you when I get back. So I'm gonna call out. I'm actually going to leave this time.
Okay.
And guys, stay awesome. I will see you all next time. If you're still streaming when I'm back, well, I'll probably hop back in.
Oh, Frog G added something. Okay, bye, love. I love you. Be good.
Stay awesome, sweetheart.
Take care, Mike Jimmy.
Always.
Damn. I don't know what this is.
That's the other response.
It's the only way to be sure.
Yes.
It's the only way to be sure.
Yeah.
Is this about the furries?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I wish you were here so I could really high five you. Oh my god. Okay, I want to see. Let me go back to what I said before. I want to see that. Okay, Michael, how you doing today?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing fine. I think I'll recover eventually.
Oh my god, furries. Well, it's funny, I used to.
Had I known, I never would have promoted his book on my channel. I'm playing.
Oh, I know. Sorry, I got distracted. I literally, every now and then I have to, remind myself how I did what I just did. Literally, I just did something on this thing, and I go, how did I do that again? My head is my friend he passed in April on the 23rd, and he was a grunge hip-hop, it's called grunge hop, is the genre, and he wore a bunny mask, or bunny head thing, and his name, his stage name, and his persona for his music was called Black Ice Cream. And yeah, he's definitely not a furry, but it was a thing. It was this persona for his music.
I don't even necessarily have a problem with the idea of furries and how far the fucking rabbit hole goes, so to speak, but I just don't get it. So I choose not to involve myself in the idea.
Oh no. Well, have you ever seen those Snapchat filters where people would use animal pictures on themselves?
I avoid every app that utilizes a filter. I do not have a Snapchat. I do not have a TikTok. I do not have an Instagram.
Well, I've got all of the above, but still. So I might put a vibrant filter on a picture, or I might put a softener, something like that, right? But then there's the stupid thing where it will literally put ears and a nose and shit on you, okay? And I wrote, one of my stand-up bits that I wrote was, listen. Because I do a lot of things in my jokes where I say, listen, when I'm about to tell you something important, right? So I go, listen. If you ever see a selfie of me, and I'm wearing bunny ears or some other kind of animal shit, you need to call the authorities, because someone has kidnapped me and stolen my fucking phone, because that is not me. No, that did not happen. I am not going to wake up one day and go, you know what I need to do? I need to take a selfie with bunny ears. That's not happening. It's not fucking happening. Otherwise, yeah,
It's usually the conversation I have with my wife regarding some type of food, where she's like, hey, are you interested in this? And it's I don't know that I'm picky, but there's not a lot of stuff I like as far as variety goes. But what is on that list, you can make anything, and I'll eat it. You know, put it in front of me, and I will be happy.
Well, it's food. You know, I mean, no offense to men that might be curious, but it's food. I don't know what to eat.
But always, would you be okay with pork steaks and mashed potatoes tonight? Is that okay? If I ever answer no to that question, I have been kidnapped by aliens and replaced with a replicant.
It would be one thing if that was not a normal thing to ask you. You know what I mean? Like, if it was normal for you not to have that, but if that was not a thing, I could see that. I could see that.
And for me, it's not that I'm indecisive. Just pick the closest thing in the cupboard. You know, this.
Well,
all the food that's in my house is food I will eat. So just grab the closest thing and make it, and we're good.
I will not speak for other women, but I probably am single for a couple of reasons. One is I'm single for a lot of other reasons. But one is I start dating a guy, and I go, okay, listen, I need you to understand something. Throughout the course of this relationship, and not ever ask me where I want to eat. Okay? We're gonna save ourselves this argument. We're not gonna ever have to have it. From now on, forevermore, in this relationship, you need to understand, if we're going to a restaurant, you're picking the fucking restaurant.
It's good to get that kind of conversation out of the way early, honestly.
Oh my god! I fucking hate that conversation when the guy's like, no. I go, oh my god, you're the dude. Hey, there I go. This is another sexy story. You're the dude. You're the one who eats 3 million plates like you're eating for 2, like you're pregnant. I don't need to have that much food. I eat like a bird. Like, I literally eat like a bird. And I never finish what I'm ordering. I always take it home. So asking me to pick the restaurant is a waste of time. I mean, I know I'm not like other women. There's other women out there that can probably run me a table depending on their appetites, but I'm not that girl. I am not that girl. I can't do it. So I usually tell the guy that I'm dating, he needs to get used to cooking whatever we're doing. And then I had one ex when we first started dating. He's so cute. He's such a masculine alpha, like the total perfect example of a total alpha. And there was no sharing his food. Okay, don't go near his plate. He was like the Joey with his french fries, if you ever watch Friends. And
I didn't watch Seinfeld either. I'm a terrible fucking TV watcher. I love TV, but I never glommed onto like the overly popular stuff like Friends, Office, stuff like that. I never watched any of those.
Because you had a life and you probably have better things to do with yourself. So you don't have to shit out of your brain. But what I love is that, like, so when we first started dating, and I would make a suggestion like, well, you just order, babe. You order whatever you're going to eat or whatever, and I'll just make a plate for yours. And he looked at me like I was fucking insane. Like, I was an alien. Like, who are you? And what makes you think I'm sharing my food? But then after we dated a while, and you realize what I really meant it when I said, I eat like a bird. Like, I barely eat steak to eat. Like, that's not happening. Then he warmed up. He goes, oh, okay, well, how about we? Because then he realized that this was saving him some money. Like, me not eating a regular meal, like a regular entree, was saving him money. So he's like, oh, maybe we will just get one plate.
It might have been a microphone pop, but it might have been a backroom boop too. You might want to check to see if there's somebody waiting back there. You should get an audio cue if someone pops into the back room. It should be like a boop.
I didn't hear anything. There's me, you, my other screen. There's just the 4 things down here.
Okay. Might have been a microphone pop then. You're a bit away from... I don't know if you're away from your mic or...
Yeah, I'm quite a distance from my mic, for sure.
You sound distant, and so like the conversation's only about half clear.
Oh, that's probably because I was laying back. I'm all laying back on my bed. I'm gonna switch the. Oh, that's kind of cool. It has us both on the screen, but then. Oh yeah, there we go. I'll switch it back. I like.
Oh no, you're fine.
I like.
It's your channel, hun. Put your stuff up. Shit.
No, but I wanted to look at your storyboards because I'm gonna do those. Oh yeah, Michael. Like we just met, but I see something I haven't ever done before. I'm gonna like study it. Like I'm gonna peer over your shoulder. I'll be like, if I ever get a hankering to do resin, don't think I'm not calling Frog up and be like, hey, Frog.
Flying Feline's also a pretty good source. She does resin work as well.
Was she on that stream? You were talking resin with who was it that you were talking resin with that wanted to watch and see your stuff? It wasn't now I'm trying to remember.
That was probably Flying Feline. She does a lot of UV resin work, whereas I do pour method.
Yes. She wanted to watch. She was basically grilling you in a good way, She was doing exactly what I do with gurus. When I find a guru that does a certain whatever, that's exactly what I do. I start asking them questions. I want to learn. I'm like a student. I'm just a big old student. So I've gotten very kind, gentle reminders about not asking people too many personal things on streams because not everybody wants to talk about their personal life. But I was going to ask you what you do, Frog.
I am a maintenance supervisor.
Hey, make sure all the lily pads in the park are good for sitting.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Make sure there's enough, fly stocked at the riverbanks and things like that.
I was trying to think back, when I had the very first job I ever got when I came to California was at an answering service working, and I worked graveyard. And I was only 19 back then, and I still don't sleep. I still don't need a lot of sleep. But even back then, I was the girl, if she needed someone to work a double or a triple or whatever, she'd ask me because she knew I'd probably say yes and wouldn't go sleep. I would just stay at the board. And I'm at the age where it was an actual answering service board, with the cords and all that jazz. And I spent so many nights in that place, man.
Actually, I do have a question to ask Frog really quick.
Yeah, what you got?
I know that you have bought a couple of different times the draw yourself in tiers on campaigns. What do you do for that? Do they just draw a frog person, or do you actually send them a selfie and then nobody knows kind of thing?
I have actually not gotten a drawn in tier. I got the
I thought you had.
No, the affected card, which is my current background from Jason's campaign.
Yeah.
That was a back and forth between him and myself, describing, okay, what do you want? What kind of character do you want? And going from there. And in that case, I just told him, hey, I want a frog. Here's the color schemes I'm going with. I'd like a beard on him. Got to have a wrench in there. And he went to town on it and then sent it off for colors, and it turned out amazing.
That's cool.
And you mentioned him, so... Oh, no, I don't have a wrench. Damn it. You will have thwarted me, sir.
I can take my time on this one.
That's not on your stream?
Not while one's not active, no.
Okay. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I will totally do a clip, though. A clip shot to show that I absolutely did do this.
I was on your show for a little bit, Michael. You were not there. Are you okay? Do you need to share a screen?
In just a moment, yes.
I heard something and I thought, wait, I'm missing Absolute Book 2. Whose book is that?
That is Jason's book. That is the...
And that has you in it, or it has your frog?
Jason's actually the one who drew this. This is actually a small section of the card that everyone gets for backing the campaign for Absolute Book 2.
Oh, here we go.
I totally had him beat. That's how I test my wrenching capabilities, is whether or not I can beat Frog. He gets me 96% of the time. But I just wanted proof out there that I absolute had him beat on this one.
Another stream. Oh, wait.
And this is that campaign I was referring to. Absolute Book 2 from Jason Bascombe. He had... let's see if we can find it here. Become Affected. So 2 out of 2 tiers. You become a trading card that gets offered with the campaign. I got one of these, and Nefarious from Global Frequencies Studios got it. So, as such, let's see here. This is the black and whites for the Nefarious card everyone gets.
Nefarious being another guy out there who has put up a campaign, the one called Mavericks. You probably...
I backed Mavericks.
And here's the line art for the trading card.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's the frog?
That is. So this is the before colors. This is just the line art.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then this is the final.
And this is your avatar.
Yeah, this is currently what I'm using as my avatar. So I just, took the little circle there. And,
I like that how the arms are back. It's kind of like the I like that pose.
Yep. I was actually... This is way better than I thought it was going to be. I was blown away when I saw this. So, very pleased with how that turned out. And then... Yeah, so everyone gets, if you back the campaign, you get one of these, or one or two of these trading cards, and everyone gets this trading card.
So I'm going to get one.
Yes.
I was already excited. I'm more excited.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this I'm very much anticipating this book, so I'm super excited for when it launches. And yeah, I think I'll leave that. So back it now, friends. If you haven't yet, link is in the chat. Go ahead and click on that and enjoy. It's a good-looking book, and as I said, everyone gets a Frog G trading card that backs it, and a Nefarious trading card. So yeah. Stop sharing. There we go. That was the first one I've actually gotten a piece like that. There are a few campaigns that have snuck frogs into the background. David Feed with Red Eyes Book 1 has a frog in it. SK did for his wordsmith. There's a frog sitting on a tavern table.
I like
Did you make the gangster one that Dillard did?
Yes. Also, I did have Dillard draw me an avatar, which is actually going to be on the back of the trading cards offered from Fizchozo for Goofanoid #1.
Any idea why he did that? That sounds rando to me.
I was just a conversation he had. It's like, hey, you're helping me out. You're giving me some good advice. I'd like to, you'd throw your avatar in the back of this card. It was kind of one of those, hey, you're helping me out here. I just want to show my appreciation. It was a little different, so I said, yeah, okay. Just a limited quantity, and it is limited. It's only 30 cards, I believe he's going to make of that. And of which, other than myself buying one, 5 other people bought them. So there you go.
I don't know what to tell him sometimes.
He's young.
He's young.
Yeah.
He's young. A lot of it comes down to he's young. And I know it's easy to say that and sound like we're being dismissive, but at the same time, we've got a couple of very young CGers who know how to express themselves really well. Who, you got NTM, you got Dean. Dean's fairly young.
Yes.
I mean, he's not in high school like I tease, but
yeah.
Don't you have a bedtime, Dean?
Which is even better considering he's in Australia.
And it's not that I don't think that he could be successful. I think he absolutely could be.
Oh yeah, he's got the chops for it. It's just the way he comes across. He needs that finesse, that nuance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's definitely something that you do to. It's very rare that someone can actually have that without learning from experience.
Yeah, and it comes down to experience too. The first thing he did, I met him because he was doing a comic. I hadn't heard of him before that. With regards to anything CG, he got into CG because CG does interpromotion stuff quite a bit, and he liked that angle, so he took his shot. He kind of had a bit of a meltdown once at one of the people who's regarded as being one of the friendliest people in CG, and that got him a lot of negative press at the time. And I hope he can recover from that. It is a trust issue. A CG creator does need to engender trust with their potential clients.
I got inducted into CG the way by that Jim Richard.
I went to a key party. I don't know where y'all heard about this, but
I was like, wait a minute, I'm what?
Well, then just like the Fandom Menace, a lot of people have abandoned the Fandom Menace tag and stuff like that, but they still feel the same way about stuff. So I've pretty much kind of call them Fandom Menace adjacent.
Yeah, so in other words, the most supportive, the most adorable, the most absolute biggest group of cheerleaders by my side are CG. Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. So
at least in any social media standing at this point.
Exactly.
If you call yourself CG, you will get slings and arrows. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I never did that, and I was like, whoa, and you know what? I told RJ when I was on Critical Blast, because the day everything found out or whatever, I went on his show because he had open mic, and I said, RJ, I'm not even offended. I'm like, all right, I was telling him, this is a true story. I did a stand-up thing, not stand-up, but I did a comedy stream. And I rightly so, I'm not going to lie, I absolutely used a copyright video. I used an NBC video that I shouldn't have used. And it got dinged for copywriting. Now that in itself is not going to get Facebook to delete your page. Okay? Because most times when you get a copyright whatever, they mute it or they delete the video, that kind of thing. I wake up one morning and my entire page, my entire stand-up comedy persona page, the Amazon Beauty is gone. It's fucking gone. It doesn't exist. And I'm like, what the hell? And I have a business account with Facebook, so I get them, I actually got, it took some escalation, but I got them on the phone, and I finally got a hold of an actual Facebook person, and they cited me for impersonating the Amazon Beauty. Yeah. I was impersonating me. That was the official citing. It wasn't even about copywriting. I was misrepresenting her, and I was misrepresenting the entity, and I was trying to make money off of blah, 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 blah. And it was, and I said to this person, and now this isn't a chat, it wasn't when I was on the phone, but it was a live person, it wasn't even like a bot. I go, I am the Amazon Beauty. And it just fucking cracks me up. And I was like, I don't know. So anyway, I used that when I was telling Audrey, I'm like, if that is what gets me blocked or dinged from someone, the kind of affiliation or the kind of thing that people think or assume. And from my experience so far, most of what I hear people accusing CG of being is the exact opposite of what I've been shown. And that most of these people are hypocrites. Because they're the ones that I've met more non-CG people that are the bigots and the racists and all the other crap that I hear people try to say. And I'm like, you do know this point you're making about CG is exactly what you're accusing CG of, right? There's my rant. I'll get off my soapbox.
You're fine.
But it is. It cracks me up. I'm like, they will. So many people are so sure, solely, to say the exact thing that they think that other people are doing. I've officially been streaming for 4 hours.
I don't even know that I can pull off like 24 hours anymore.
Oh my god, Rosetta said she did 14. Some shit. So what?
And back in the day, I actually did like a 5-day streak with no sleep, and that was insane by the end of it.
Yeah, don't do that.
And I was managing a bar at the time.
Okay then.
So all 5 days, I'm there for about 10 hours of that day.
Oh, you weren't streaming for 5 days.
No, wasn't sleeping for 5 days.
Oh, shit, man.
While managing a bar/pool hall at the time. Which was a fun gig, but that stretch right there damn near killed me. By day 5, I'm seeing shit. It's...
Well, yeah, like Insomnia is one of hallucinations. It's going to be one of those first things that comes.
Oh yeah, whether you remember them or not, everybody does have dreams. I mean, some people don't remember them the instant they wake up. They're gone out of their heads. But there's a reason your brain does that kind of thing. It's to just kind of fine-tune itself and reset itself. You know, so next time you dream about like a wild raccoon in your underpants, just remember this is your brain going testing 1, 2, 3. It's just firing up stuff to make sure everything's working right. And if you don't get that like delta wave sleep REM and all that going on, then your brain doesn't have an outlet to do that, and finally it gets desperate and just starts doing it while you're awake.
That's crazy.
And so yeah, you literally start hallucinating things. Like at one point there were Smurfs dancing down the bar once, and I'm just like, yeah, this is gonna be a fun Friday.
And since you did mention project I did for Death Metal Hero, I did bring up the one of the pictures for that if you want to share my screen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. These, I think you showed these that night. Tell me again what these are.
These are Nordic Compass coasters, and Luke is partial to green and blue, so I made 2 in blue, 2 in green, and I added a little bit of glow powder into the ruins themselves, which took him apparently some coaching by other people to finally find it. It's there were two things I snuck into it, so yeah, that turned out pretty good, I thought. And then also another project I did for Shay, since she's started painting, was a painter's palette.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. And snuck a frog in there.
Aww.
Yep.
What's in the middle? Is that just a flat space?
Yeah, this is just a flat space you can use to mix your paints together. And this is a clear resin with interference powder in it, so it actually gives a purple shimmer as you tilt it.
Nice.
And then some red alcohol ink and a red feather put in on this side out of resin. So
Is it
yeah.
meant to look like an animal? And for some reason, I'm seeing a rooster.
No,
it's just an artist palette, Dory.
Yeah.
I have that. I have one right over there somewhere.
Hey, look at the big white cock.
I just got one of those. I had never had. I always had these little plastic ones that are similarly shaped to that I used, and then last time I went to the art place, I got an actual wood one that was similar to the big old hunkin' thing that Bob Ross would use, you know, like the big thing, and you'd have all that paint all on that one big board.
Just a little titanium white.
Yes. Oh my god. I love him. I love him so much. He's a happy man. So many of I could probably go through every painting in my room and point out the happy mistakes and why the painting is the way it is.
One of my favorite theories is Bob Ross was secretly a serial killer and he was painting all the locations of the bodies.
You could make comments with that.
It's like, I don't know that could possibly be true, but that's a fun theory to speculate about.
Well, because he used to talk about the squirrels that lived behind the trees and the little houses and
It's like, how do you know all these details, Bob? What's going on here?
I'm just saying, you got a lot of details for that forest area you're talking about there, sir. Or when there was one he did where it was like these mountains and there was this lake, and then he did like over in this one little area. I distinctly remember him saying, "Yeah, I think there's like this little cabin back here, and I imagine this little family in there." Probably where he cut the bodies up.
No witnesses, Bob. No witnesses.
I'm saying, holy crap! You're probably not off the mark very much on that theory. Did you notice that, or did you know that on Twitch, there's a Bob Ross channel that'll sometimes stream like an entire weekend, all weekend, like the whole 72 hours of the weekend. They will stream.
Yeah, they just show all of his. Yeah, they just stream all of the shows.
They stream all of the shows. Exactly. And sometimes I'll put them on in the background while I'm painting, so I can hear Bob talking while I'm doing it. Alright, you guys. I am as done with this as I want to be for now. I realized, like, so this was, I inked over that original, this one, and I've added all these designs and details, weird decorative stuff to it. I'm excited. Oh, I'm sitting here telling you guys this like you can actually see my screen, but I forgot I looked at it. So this is what I just did using this is my second time using my XP pen ever. This is my girl. I inked from my original.
It hasn't popped up yet.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, so that's the original. Where's the inking? This is what I inked from her. Over here. And then I added a bunch of detail stuff that's not in the original. And now I get to move on to practicing some coloring. The original scanned piece has already been, I think I already told you guys this. I used this Autodesk sketchbook on my phone and digitally enhanced her and colored her and stuff. But I wanted to see what I could get different using a big device like I have now. So I got 4 hours of practice with tons of company and I learned new things and I got to see Michael's storyboards. So I have this children's book. I was gonna change him back. How do I do that? Oh, here we go. So I have this children's book that I had wrote a while back, and Mike was looking for standalone stories for Carrie's Ends, and the one I have is about the kind of things he does for his conflicts. And so, anywho, I did almost exactly what Michael was showing in the notebook, where he had the lines, like one line per page kind of thing. Is that what you're saying, Michael? Mm-hmm. The script. And so I have that part done, and this was next. The storyboarding thing was next, and I hadn't decided yet how I was going to do it. I've done the little squares like in my for one of my webtoon episodes, but I hadn't done. I like this idea. That's just I'd much rather think I might do something like this because the little squares I think are going to be too small.
Well, a lot of my method comes down to like I'm kind of meticulous,
right?
In that I want to get like the first stage done before I move on to the next stage kind of situation. So I work out all my story beats on my outline here, and if like something doesn't fit, something doesn't seem like it's working right, I have the chance to like move it around there before I even go to storyboards. And then if I find like a tweak in storyboards that I can do, which is what I'm doing right now, but I can do that there. It creates less to do later on.
Oh, it makes perfect sense to me, because even though I've only actually really completed 6 episodes of my comedy webtoons. Okay, like 6. All right, guys. I think only 2 of them were only 2 of them were long, kind of longer. They're really. We want to talk about like super basic. Like you wouldn't think I was a fine art painter looking at the art. I'm just saying. I'm not winning any awards with that webtoons. But I couldn't think straight, and I finally did the storyboards on the little square ones, like similar to what Mike Jimmy was showing us. I finally had to do it that way in order to even on a silly little webtoons, and I don't want to sound like I'm talking bad about my own work, but I was like, I can't do it. So I ended up storyboarding it just like this. Not just like this, but you know what I'm saying? Because I couldn't, even with something that was a little kind of a thing, I couldn't keep, I'm like, I gotta have something. I gotta have this. And so I storyboarded it. So, and I don't plan on having anything to do with any of those. Well, one, I don't know if he would even publish the children's book. I still have to submit it. It's just a submission thing to see if he'd like it. And then secondly, if he does, I'm not illustrating it. You want a fine art abstract painting that has nothing to do with realism? I got you, babe. I will do it. You can call me up. We can have a chat. But don't ask me to be like doing no comic book level art yet. I say yet, right? Yeah. Skills there, I just am not even remotely close to the talent yet, or the practice, whatever. So, definitely. And I got no interest in sequential art as an artist. I watch you guys do it, it blows my mind, and I get all mesmerized, and I stare at what you're doing. I love it. I love it. I love it. But the idea of sitting there and doing that myself, no.
Yeah, I can draw a pretty okay-ish stick figure, so I'd pretty much just stick with the resin.
Yeah. Well, I think that there's a reason for that, and you don't have to believe in any way spiritually or universally, whatever, but I think there's a reason that talents are where they are with the people they're with, if that makes sense. And I think that one of the and I apologize if I sound too preachy or mentory. I just get that way sometimes with people. It's just the Diva Dory in me, which is a whole other persona. I always try to remind anyone when I'm talking to them that you are who you are. And yes, I know that the movie Fight Club came out and it tried to tell us all that we're not unique, but that's bullshit. The lie, that's a lie. There's no two human beings that's exact. It just doesn't exist. At least not
While I agree, and humanity is a wide, varied landscape of personalities, types, tempos, wants, needs, desires, and things like that, at the same time, we have more in common than we have that separates us, I think.
This is very true. And you know what I think is that not only that, but I think that the things that we have in common, we'd probably get along a lot better if we just owned it. If we just realized that we are so much more alike than we would. I think that something about individualism or something about wanting to feel unique to an extreme often drives people of separating themselves away from community, away from other people, away from others. Does that make sense? Like that is to the extreme. I don't.
Yeah, celebrating the differences that we have is one thing. Using them as an excuse to draw dividing lines is another.
Yeah, exactly. That's a whole different thing. Then there's a whole other part to it where it's like, okay, you're different. You're not like me. I get it. Whatever. High five. Just make sure you high five me back for not being like you. Because that's the thing that gets me the most. What gets me absolutely steamed the most is when someone will scream, throw a tantrum, and beg for tolerance, or beg for acceptance, or beg for whatever, or throw a fit about it, but yet they're not willing to give it back to someone. And I'm going to use myself as an example. I call myself a sexist a lot, but the truth is I'm just old school, man. I'm from an old classic world with old classic roles, and I got zero apology for it. None.
I'm like Joe Rogan. I'm sexist against men.
I'm not, I love what you just said, but by the same token, I get a lot of, every once in a while, I get accused of male bashing in my stand-up jokes. And so, yet again, one day, I posted something, and this girl, she literally private messaged me directly and said, "Why do you hate men?" And I sat back and I thought, I'm like, she clearly hasn't been paying attention to the fact that I'm a tantra-trained diva goddess who loves the deliciousness of everything that is male. She clearly is not paying attention to who I am as a person. And I didn't say all of that in the message, but what I replied with was, I rarely, if ever, bash men. I occasionally make fun of fuckboys and dickheads and assholes, and I named a bunch of other kind of terms. And I go, but men, actual grown-up men who are mature and decent human beings, nah, I never write jokes about them. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't talk bad about women. Bitches and hoes, on the other hand.
Exactly. There's a difference, and the difference, you know, if you want to be that, if you want to do that, again, you do you, boo. Go live your life. You're an asshole, but go be an asshole somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to begrudge you your freedom. I will never try to begrudge anyone else their freedom, but I will tell you to stay out of my fucking yard.
See, that's kind of where I stand. Is like, I like to be left alone on a lot of things. If you're going to ask me about what my personal view is on something, I will tell you, because, hey,
Right.
honesty is the best policy. But at the same time, it's like, if you're asking me with a motive in mind to judge me for that afterwards, then you're the asshole in the situation, you know?
Exactly. Well, and then I'm like, I've had conversations that don't ever even happen, because if I figure out that the person I'm talking to can't see both sides of the point or both sides of an issue, I'm probably not even going to discuss it.
Yeah, people less and less anymore have, and what you're describing is empathy. Is just flat out empathy. People have less of it nowadays.
Yep. 100%. And I would love to tell you that I've learned my lesson to stay away from those kind of people, and I still haven't. I always find myself seeing the potential of how decent a person can be, and assuming the best of them. And then I get, sometimes I still, even to this day at 51, I think I've learned my lesson or whatever. I can still very much, because I have such a kind spirit, generally. Which is funny, as I'm finishing up a piece called Sweet Girl. The Sweet Girl haiku that's in the book is not about being sweet. The haiku says, "Sweet girl I am, yes. Don't underestimate. Cut a bitch, I will." That's the haiku. And basically it ties into a lot of different things about humans in general. I think all of us have the capacity to be extremely kind, sweet people. But if you really, really, really turn us, like, you can totally make most of us, you could probably do something to us that would make us straight savage. Because we're animals.
Oh,
Humans
everybody's
are,
got a point.
everybody's got that point. Right? Everyone has that point. And today I just try to make sure that if I ever do have to go savage, or if I'm ever savage with someone, I just ask myself, did they deserve it? And if the answer is yes, I'm probably going to be able to sleep okay. I'll probably be just fine going to sleep. Because most of the time, if I lose, even if I'm in a ration, because I can still totally lose all rationale one day, you know, like out of the blue. It's usually with a guy, and it's usually when I'm dating him. Those are probably, that's actually, thank God, knock on wood, that is really the only time I'm ever irrational anymore, which is one of the reasons why I don't fucking date. I have to be practically hit over the head by a guy for me to agree to date him at this point. I'm like, over it, man. I'm so over it. I'm so over it.
I'm not even convinced people really date anymore.
Oh,
I hear about it once in a while about people taking somebody out to a restaurant or a movie or something like that, but it's rare and far between. Most people just like find each other at a party or a bar or a hookup somewhere or the other, and then they just start shacking up.
I don't
get
even.
that.
And that story, that has been my story. That has been true. Like, there's a time in my life that would have been exactly how I would have met someone. That is so not me. That was ages ago. I'm a 51-year-old mom of teenage boys. Well, one is a grown boy. He's in college now. I got no interest in the, hook up, hang out, chill. No. I had a guy, he's like, holler at me. And I didn't say it, but I should have. What I wanted to say was, I most emphatically will not be hollering at you.
Truly, most sincerely not.
I don't know who you think you just met, but I'm not that chick, man. Like, I'm not that girl. I mean, I will refer to myself as chick, and I'll refer to myself as a broad, but I'm not hollering at you. Oh, man. I thought that was one of the funniest things I'd ever been asked to do, was holler at me. Like, no. I'm also not going to hit you up. I'm also not gonna chill.
What about sliding into my DMs, yo?
Yo, if you, like, I don't even know you, and I know enough to know you're too far away from me. I don't even know how old you are, but
no, I wasn't asking like that. I'm just like, I was as an
example.
I
know, and this
Not
is
me.
why I say, I know this, Michael, and this is why I say you go sup, and I'd be like, what up, bro? Like, I talk to my Jimmy, I call him babe, and he knows that doesn't do shit. Do you know what I'm saying? But there's some other guys though, no. The second they start talking to a certain way, I'm like, I am nice enough to shut it down. Usually. Most of the time. Honestly, most of the time, I give them it's like they're coming to the Hunger Games. Honestly, a guy approaches me. This is actually one of my stand-up jokes, so I'm just giving you lines now. But a guy hits on me, the very first thing I think every single time is, man, this guy is audacious. Every time. And the second thing is almost always, wow, he is a brave motherfucker. And then the third thing is usually, oh, well, he just hasn't been paying attention and doesn't really know who I am. Which he totally eliminates giving him any credit that the first two statements gave him. And then we proceed with the negotiations. That's what I call all conversations with a man before we're naked is negotiations. It's all a negotiation. Because yeah.
We've determined you will buy the product. Now we're just determining the sale price, you know?
Yeah. And I'm like, now, the biggest number one thing I've got to figure out a way to have some kind of safe middle ground between zero interest, because that's how I am 99.9% of the time. I got zero interest in dating. I got zero interest in sex. I got zero interest, dude. Like, zero. I am half a century fucking old, okay? I've had this game. I've played this game. I wrote the blade book for this game, okay? I'm over it. So I'm either that girl, Michael, or the exact opposite. A guy finally gets my attention, finally turns my head, I finally let my emotions kick in, then I fall in love, and then I'm like the fucking alien from the first movie, and I turn into that thing that Rick was trying to throw out of the fucking space machine. Like, that's me. Okay, there's no fucking in between here.
And I don't have an airlock in my house, so...
Right?
Ironically, I have plasma engines, but no airlock.
Oh, man. Well, I am I think I'm finally done. I think it's 3:30 where I'm at, and I need to, shift I won't be going to sleep for probably another hour, because this is what I get to do. I get to do my normal thing. I have tea now, but I'm going to make a cup of cocoa, hot chocolate. I might make popcorn. The popcorn's not always a true thing, but the hot chocolate is. I'm going to switch into my jammies. put on some movie I'm going to probably ignore in the background while I get caught up on social media, and then I will drift into sleep.
Well, there you go. Sounds like a solid plan.
Aww. I am so thrilled and beyond honored that you guys popped in and stopped in and were here with me. Thank you.
You're welcome, hon.
Yeah, that's not a problem at all.
Thank you. I'm going to hit play on this exit video I use at the end of my live drawing streams and such, and I will not be offended if you just leave the studio. If you're here when I hit end broadcast and I'm offline, then cool, that's cool too. But I'm just
remember there's about a 4-second delay. So
yes.
Yeah, I usually play the video, and I wait for my image to be on the screen, and then I count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I hit end broadcast. That's usually what I do.
I made it easy on myself. I put an actual physical numerical countdown at the end of mine.
Oh, that's cool. Well, this is the video I created back when I was illustrating my other book, and so I just keep playing it because I want to say it's like 30 seconds, and then it's over. So, but like I said, if you're still here in the room when I'm done, cool, we can chat for a little bit before I sign out, or trust me, if you leave, I will not be offended. All right, have a good night at work, Frog G, and
I'm actually off tonight. I'm chilling in my pad.
oh, okay. I thought you said at work. I'm sorry.
No, since I work at night, then there's a good chance I was at work. But since I haven't dropped out 3 or 4 times, that's a good indicator I'm not actually at work. The work Wi-Fi is less than reliable.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi here at the house actually did pretty well for streaming tonight. I was very impressed. So. Hi, Michael.
Hello.
So is
God, my hair is a train wreck.
Look, I think I have paint. I think I have paint in my hair. I literally, you can tell, I came on to stream tonight with zero care about being on screen, and then I realized I can't really socialize without being on screen. Because how do I get my voice in this? Oh, I could have hit stop cam. I didn't even think about that. Whatever.
Yeah, the stop camera will just give you the icon, yeah. Like Frog's doing.
Yeah. I am still a cute, adorable girl, so I'm like, whatever. So tell me about Inferno. I don't think you've had a campaign since I've met you. So do I know? I don't think. I feel like
there's no launch or mailing list yet. I'm trying to get all my work front loaded before I, put it out there.
Yeah,
I can relate.
Yeah, Michael knows if he comes out with a pre-launch page, I'm one of the first people that gets a notice of it.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
You'll probably be helping me do it. I'll probably do it on a Monday morning.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, not a problem.
I had, even though I was working on these pieces that I've been doing, the book that I have going is done. It's been written, artwork was done, everything had been colored and digitally enhanced. What you just said about making sure everything was like front loaded, I was same way, man. Same way. I couldn't even. People were telling me, "Oh, you should do a campaign," and I was still drawing the pages, and I'm like, "No, no judgment to anyone who does that. Nobody, no.
Oh no, there's some people who know their work rate and things like that. I'm still nebulous when it comes to that.
Told you I'd be back.
And right, Michael, I got no judgment against it at all. Mike, Jimmy, we're talking about at the point you launch a campaign, or not you personally, but when people launch. And I'm like, and Mike Jimmy's one of the people that heard me say it. I'm not launching without being done with this and that, and then and even Mike Jimmy's like, you need a book. You gotta have a book.
Yep.
So
yeah, I'm front loading all my stuff before I even announce anything.
Exactly.
I'll announce the title, certainly. The Inferno is a superhero special operations team, is generally what it's about. Think X-Force combined with S.H.I.E.L.D.
I just watched that Suicide Squad, and that was kind of like the opposite. It was like a Suicide Squad of kind of sort of anti-superheroes who were also special.
Yeah, Suicide Squad is specifically from DC, and they're specifically supervillains who've been captured, and we're willing to take time off your sentence if you do this stuff for us.
Yeah.
You might die, though, so... Yeah.
Well,
Hey, if I had Sketchbook open and I turn this off and unplug it, it's probably going to lose my image. I gotta
wait. If you
Ooh.
have
Save
Facebook
everything.
open,
That's right. Mike wasn't here. He didn't get to see. I want to show off. Hold on. I
we get
inked.
to show off more again.
Well, you weren't here when I did it. I inked that pencil.
Mhm.
So this is part of what I did.
Ooh.
So
Nice
I
job,
went.
detail.
That's what I was showing the guys was that I took her. Oh, I accidentally hit this. I took her and I started adding a bunch of detail. I'm not done. I would probably add more. She might end up being the piece I use in the book.
Nice.
Or, you know. I mean, Luce in the book is perfect. The one I have in the book, I love her. I mean, like, it's going to take a lot for me to choose to use a different image. But I'll show you guys the one I colored for the book. I think you might have seen it. Oh, hold on. Let me make this where you can see it. This is the way she looks in... Where did I go? This one. That's what she...
Yeah, no, I've seen it come around. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
I wanted her to look like an old newspaper psycho mailer, sort of. You know, like when you send someone a stalker?
Yeah.
And so I used that anyway. So
Yeah,
I love
do.
it.
Oh, wait.
I may not. Yeah. So this is I'm also one of the additions is the coloring book, as some of you know. So the campaign has 2 editions for each volume. Has 2 editions, and the second one's a coloring book. I might use this version for the coloring page instead of the one that's in. This is way better. So, anyway, I have 22 days until the campaign is done. So I'm excited.
Everything has been sent. There is space around me again.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you came in, Michael was telling me about Inferno. I
Oh, no,
realized.
I'm not delving into it too much, not until I actually at least have a mailing list going, because I don't want... I have seen campaigns falter by giving away too much too early.
Yeah.
And no spoilers.
Well,
It's hearing about it so often. You know, people like, oh, hey, here's a new comic campaign coming out. Oh, it's taking him forever to get going, but he's still talking about it. And it's like, and yeah, it's absolutely good for an artist to be excited about their project. But at the same time, if we're drawn out for a year before we can even, as customers, do anything about it, it takes some of the sharpness off the knife, you know?
Yeah. Like, Life on Korra, I'll finish. Like, I'll finish the issue before... Like, I'll have the inked pages done. You know, that is my bulk of work. I'll have that done so I can focus on campaigning. You know, and in the meantime, my colorist is usually halfway behind me. So she's 8 to 16 pages behind. So during the campaign, she finishes and we deliver in a couple of weeks. With our new series, The Radiant Sight, there's a new creative team. We're paying all of them. So this is actually going to be a funding campaign, so we use it to pay them partially. A big part is going to be through us because I believe we're going to make our money back anyway. But yeah, the comic isn't going to be done yet, but I started talking about it now. We're launching literally in a month. So in that span, it's worth it.
Yeah, you've got yours down to volumes and shorter page counts, so more campaigns faster throughout the year.
Yeah.
I'm doing like an 80-pager, so as I cruise along through this, I'm looking at maybe 1 a year on doing this.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And that's what it depends on his workload.
Yeah.
Are you doing all of the obviously you're doing the storyboards I watched you do, Michael, but are you also doing the penciling and the inks and what?
Pencils, inks, colors, all of it. Every step of the way is me. I might end up being able to... going with a separate editor, and I may end up being able to generate enough personal funding to pay a letterer. And I'll be talking to Eric to see what he's up to.
I was gonna say Eric's gonna be disappointed.
Sky, is a pretty decent letterer from what I've seen, and he's pretty cheap too.
I've got experience doing it, but it was 20 years ago. So, back in the days of like Chris Eliopoulos and things like that.
That was the first thing that was the first thing when I got this author's copy I have. That was the first thing I knew I was going to change in the book that I'm going to do, the book that people will get from their campaign, because what I saw on my screen when I designed the actual manuscript and what I see printed, I didn't like. I didn't like it. I took one look at it and I'm all, this is too artsy. This is there's too many colors. And what really sealed the deal for me choosing to go back and redo all the lettering, I started doing manuscript. And when I started doing that, I made all the lettering black and white, simple square, no fancy nothing. It's a coloring book, right? And I get to like maybe the second or third page of this that I'm relettering it. And I'm all, I want this simplicity. I want this crisp, elegant simplicity in my other book, in the color version.
Well, what you gotta, especially since you're doing such colorful illustrations with your haikus anyway, it is a nice contrast to have a clear view of the letters and everything that's in it, especially, like, unless there's sound effects, you want letters to be readable, to be accessible. Anyone should be able to pick it up and say, "Oh, this is exactly the letter that I'm reading."
Exactly, and I like, for whatever reason, whatever I was thinking, it's for me, it's a combination. It's moving from this world into that world, and I had put art in my poetry books, but not exactly with the same where the words need to. Yeah, and so I definitely, and I listen to all these streams. I'm a live stream junkie. I'm like in all these live streams.
Yep.
And I hear lettering over and over again by so many different people. And one night someone talked about some website where they created their own font. And what did I say? I'm a student. I was like, create your own font. And like within 5 minutes I had the website, the link, I downloaded the template. Then I've drawn 2 font sets now for my handwriting.
So that's actually a funny thing. So for Life on Korra issue 1 and 2, we had to have we made new alphabets. So you can translate them. You've seen Dory, you've read Life on Korra 1. And in the first one, I hand-lettered everything.
Nice.
So
nice. That's what I'm going to do with volume 2.
I actually used that website to, hand-letter.
Don't try to hand-letter yours, Michael, for Inferno, because we're going to have an 80-page book.
Well, and most of the scripting, technically the scripting isn't even done yet, like dialogue and all that kind of thing. That's not even actually done yet. Yeah, is that I dig the whole thing blew my mind. When I created my first font set, I was like, yes, I want this. And then and so for this volume, it's perfect. It's fine. I will not even try to hand letter a book where the art's done. But for volume 2, where I know the artwork's not done yet, the pages aren't even done yet, I will be doing my own lettering with boxes. I'm right. I mean, it's haikus. We're talking about 3 lines of text.
Yeah.
If I can paint what I paint, no offense to, this is just me talking out loud. I think I can handle the letters. Is all I'm saying.
So the top one is for the not all the flying creatures, and the second one is for the ground creatures.
That's so cool. And it's so rad because it makes it so much more authentic. Like especially if they're consistent. You know. So I'm sorry, Michael. Did we get
No,
off?
you're fine.
Inferno again.
Oh no, you're okay. Like I said, I wasn't going to like deep dive into too much of what was going on with it. So
This is true.
again, no
I'm
spoilers, no.
Good. No, and I'm one of the first people that will yell at someone and go, "No spoilers."
There is one thing that I have given away previously on stream is the fact that mine and Frog's friend Cyborg Valkyrie, Alex, he on a whim one night like created this like dopey ass clown drawing.
Oh,
okay? I bought that
Bulgy
son
the
bitch
clown.
for $20. Bulgy the clown.
Okay.
Bulgy is going to have an entry within the comic. He's going to be a psychic. He's going to be a psychic kaiju. So, like, imagine a 10-story version of that clown.
Oh my god.
All right.
Oh my god. I laughed my ass off when I saw that.
That
So
the team is
hard.
going to have to face off against.
Yes.
It's so cool.
Oh my god, I remember
It's
now.
right here somewhere. Ah, there he is. Yeah, here's the original.
Oh, the stuff of nightmares.
Yes, Bulgy.
That's the cutest thing. That's
No,
so
it's not. It is not.
And then this was my rough inspirational piece regarding that.
Yeah, nice.
There's actually a sweater with Bulgy on the back, and it says the stuff of nightmares.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a
That's
hoodie available
awesome.
at the Red Valkyrie store with Bulgy
Yes.
on it.
So I get this. So I was on the auction, and Pop's grandson comes up and asks like what we want drawn or whatever, and I go, "Draw me a Dory." And the kid, he's so cute. He goes, "What does she mean?" And Pop says, he's like, "You remember Finding Nemo, the Dory fish?" And he goes, "Oh!" So he goes and he draws me a Dory. And so
Adorable.
he comes back, and I tell Pop's grandkid, I go, "Okay, art for art. What do you want? You can be my first ever commissioned art piece ever." Although I've done 3 commissions now of my life. So technically it's not.
There's a couple I haven't been paid for. They were fan pieces I did, but you might get to see if you check out. You can't get it now, but there's one called Peregrine. I did a fan piece for Peregrine, kind of a prototype booby mouse pad. If you've seen those, kind of version of her, that should be showing up in the back of the book as a fan piece.
Nice.
And Hex Allen, his Nephilim Squadron.
Yes.
I did a fan piece of Mecha, one of his pilots.
Yes, I seen that one. That one's gonna be.
This
good,
I
right?
think I've seen.
Yeah.
this image. And so his grandkid, guess what he asked for?
Hit.
Hold on. Where's my book? I had to write it down because I was like, "What's this?" He goes, "I would like a black Spider-Man, Mike Morales."
Miles. I know what you're talking about.
And I'm like, "Superhero? I gotta draw a superhero?"
Yep. Yes, you do.
He changed it, and then he changed it to some Pokemon character, and I can't. Something that sounded like Raichu.
Raichu, probably.
Raichu.
Raichu?
Pikachu's evolution.
Yeah.
But he didn't say Pikachu. I know Pikachu. But there's
Pikachu's
a
evolution.
Yeah.
Okay.
He evolves into Raichu.
Oh. Because I sat there and I literally put a question mark next to it because I couldn't find out. I'm like, Raichu. Okay.
Raichu.
I'm just saying, you guys. Dory. I have The Widow and Into the Badlands. I don't know if anyone's ever seen that show.
I started watching it and then got out of it. Not that it didn't catch me or anything like that. It's just a time thing.
Oh, no, I can relate. Well, if you ever do go back and watch it, she's one of my favorite characters that's ever existed, and Michael Strader's friend. Woo! Oh, yay!
There you go.
Tell me, Which, okay.
Okay, Pichu is the little one on the left. Pikachu is the one everybody knows over there on the right. And then the final form is Raichu, the one in the middle.
Yes.
Oh, they're all the same thing?
They evolve stage to stage.
Think of it as the grown-up version of.
Clearly, I did not watch Pokemon. My kids did, but
that's okay.
Well, in here, when he said this that time on the stream, I was like, okay, because I didn't know what he meant. But now, thank you very much. Wait, you will send that to me, right, Michael? You'll just send me the image. Because I said,
I can do that. Here we go.
I'm like,
I private chatted it.
If you don't know the sorority about me, you'll find out right now, because I'm a little bit of an overachiever. So, of course, I wrote down both. Even though the kid changed his mind from Black Spider-Man, whatever, Morales, to this, I wrote both down, because I'm like, for a kid, I'm down to try to sketch it.
Yeah, Spider-Man being the first one, there's a reason a lot of artists like to draw Spider-Man far away so they don't have to do the webbing.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Ooh, let me show you the picture. I saved it for reference, and you guys can tell me what you think.
I never get fan art commissions. Like, ever. Like, the only fan art commission I've ever had was at a convention, and that was for Lady Death.
This is the one
because it was a horny German guy. He offered me a sip of whiskey with it. And I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm down. Anything to get me through this calm day.
Yeah, that's from the video game right there. I recognize that imagery.
Oh. Well, I don't know if I want a video game. Well, and I also, that was the other thing. I also don't know who this Morales person is, and why does it matter that it's Morales? Like, are there more than one Black Spider-Man person?
No, it's a different person, yeah. It's an alternate universe kind of thing.
I am not diving into the Ultimate Universe versus Main Universe and the clone spiders and the various spider totem people and the spider. I'm not diving into that right now. That is a 9-hour stream on its own. No.
He's like, Dory, you tried to say goodbye 46. Was it 46? When did I start saying goodbye, Michael?
About that, yeah, about 45 minutes ago, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as we came on camera and we stopped doing Artie and stuff, then we got to actually visit with cameras. It's like, oh, well, I can't leave yet. Now I can't leave.
Well, you were saying bye, and I don't like to leave it on my art camera when I'm saying bye to the stream kind of thing, so.
No, I was really pleasantly happy that you turned it off for us to talk like this. And then Jimmy, of course, you came back just in time. I would have been gone, like, literally. You caught me, literally, like, I almost hit the button on the exit video.
Oh, by the way, Frog, this is the band I was talking about that did that cover of Sound of Silence. It's way better than Disturbed's.
Okay.
I gotta check that out then.
It's an actual rock version of it.
I'm unplugging that guy.
Don't pay attention to the video, just listen to the song. The video's weird. It's about a female stalker. But
well, hey, so I will say this again, and I'll say it since Mike Jimmy's here. I'm going to hit this exit video, and then I'm going to hit end broadcast, and then we will not be live. If you're still here, yay, amen, because I'm going to go out for a smoke, and I'll bring my laptop with me. So if you're still here, cool, we can chat. If you need to go and leave, I will not be upset.
Sweetheart, you can
I will grab a new pack of smokes. That's something
you can literally end broadcast through the screen you're on right now.
Oh, I know. What I mean is I always play an exit video.
Thank you, Frog. In the private chat is the link to the video in question.
The link for
the Boba Flex song.
Yeah, I gotta look that up. I gotta get one more work done. But, when? I have so many, like, PostNL just sent me 25 track and trace codes.
Ooh.
Yeah, for the package.
Have fun sending those out.
No, they're sent. They're out. Like, they're at the post office. Like, they just
No, I mean like sending the tracking codes to the customers. So.
Oh no! They get an email. Like everything is automated.
Cool.
Right? Is that the correct spelling? I love how you guys cover my back, man. You guys have my back, but I'm like, oh, I love it.
Hit your exit video. Don't get distracted. Hit your exit video, then end the broadcast. I'm going to go grab some smokes and a drink. I can't stand up right now because I'm not technically wearing pants. So.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Are you serious?
Well, no pants is best pants, you know.
I was on a different. I came back and I'm like, stand up, Michael.
Not live.
Hit end, then he'll stand up.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's the after party.